Hello. What? Where am I? Ah! What happened? Hello? Oh no. Interesting. He turned into a mushroom. Hello? Today my computer has been acting really mysterious. I had to reinstall OBS actually. So I think my spout, my obvious spout is broken. Hold on, let me, at least I'm gonna do this manually, at least in the meantime. Video game capture, where is it? Game capture. Specific window. Will this work? Hi! Okay, transparency will be nice, but you know, this is a start. There we go. Hello! I'm back. I don't know what's going on. You know, the creepy thing today has been the friends we made along the way, I suppose. Hello everyone, hello Khalif, hello Simply, hello Meowie. Meowie, hi, welcome. Sorry. Ow. Where am I gone again? Where have I gone? Where have the good days gone? What is going on today? Oh man. Am I here? Whoa! Why am I gigantic? Hello? Reset. Oh gosh. Computer, please. Please behave. What is going on today? Ultraman? No, this is not what I wanted to create. Oh my gosh, you know what? Today it's not a good day, is it? Computer is drunk today. Okay, now it worked for some reason. Okay, interesting. Okay. I think this is good now. Sorry, I'm like floating. I don't know what happened. What the heck? Let me download Spout really quickly. And then we'll get started with the creepypasta. I'm so sorry today. I've been recording all day and OBS didn't complain at all. Recording was just fine. It was only until I wanted to stream. It was crashing like crazy. I also did update OBS today. Never update OBS, guys. Never. It's like a curse. Hello, Eero, welcome. Maybe it was a ghost. Did the food in your fridge and knock on the door again? I don't live in Japan anymore, so no. That fridge was thrown in the trash. Rightfully so. Could you release pages? Install. I might have to restart OBS actually. Is it working now? No? Okay, I'll be right back real quick. Don't move. Don't. Alright. I'm back. Hello. Sorry. Okay, it appears that I fixed it. Okay. At least that's fixed. See, all the time that it took adding a new layer could have been used just fixing the spout. Okay. Today we're gonna be reading creepypastas. Very, very creepy pastas. Even though the creepiest pasta is probably my computer right now is like haunted or something. But how you guys doing? Welcome. Can't tell if I saw something there or it was my mind seeking some taco with a bell. What? What? I think you're just hungry. I think you're just hungry. Okay. Well, you guys have any creepypastas that you want to read? Let's go to creepypasta.org. Is it even org? I don't even know it. Oh, is that .com actually? Creepypasta.com, which is where we're gonna be reading them from. Top creepypasta is the taxman comes every year. Starting to notice a pattern here. It's like starting to notice a pattern here. Oh gosh, this website is kind of a mess. What the heck is this? I'll put a little window. I don't think we need the whole, because I'm gonna be reading it for you guys. So it's a really old website, but it looks like it's like all squished up. Like what happened? I'm not sure what happened here. I'll put a little window here. We don't need to go to into the other side. So I'm gonna be reading them, so you guys don't have to think or anything like that. Window capture. Creepy pasta. No, well, actually, we might use this later, so I'm gonna call this desktop. Browser. Ow! You didn't have to take the whole place. See how it looks though? It's like, and even if I zoom in, oh, you guys can't even see it. You guys can't even see it yet. See how it looks? It looks like all like squished. Even if I zoom out, even if I zoom in, it's like all squished. I don't know what happened. Hello, Bella. Welcome. It's a really old website, it seems. Top rank. Let's see. And home? Okay, it looks a little better now, actually. If I had any penny every time it says ow? Huh? Not even I get a penny for every time I say ow. Jeff the Killer flashbangs. Sending me like very, very subtle creepypastas to read. I see. Not being very subtle, huh? Today. Slindy Tubies? What the heck is that? Where do I put you? Where do I put this thing? Ooh. It's just floating around. Maybe I'll put it behind me, actually. I'll put it like I don't know, like right here. We don't really need it. But it's just for you guys, for your convenience. I'm doing good, Bella. How are you? How about you? Most importantly, hence Now I can grab you, scratch your brain. I'm going as psych dog for Halloween, so I'm happy. That's good. That's good. The ducking, little ducking, doesn't know what a Slendy Tubby is. I really don't. Slendy Tubby. Should we read it? Can I look? This website is really bad. There's not even a search bar here. Or is there? Slendy Tubby. How do you spell it? Slendy Tubies. Like that? What's your favorite creepy video game? Is this Slendy? Slendy Tubies? Oh, it's one of those websites that also don't let you drag anything, huh? Holy macaroni. Slendy Tubies. Nothing is coming up. Nothing is coming up in here. I'll probably, yeah, you guys can't really see it. I don't know. Maybe we should go to the other window, huh? Let's just read anything for now. You guys, if you guys find it, let me know. But I cannot find it right now. I'm gonna change the music too. This sounds. I'm getting bored of this song actually. I'm so excited for Halloween. Nice. Nice. Where's the music? Where's the music? What about Eyeless Jacks? Ooh, this one is a good one. Nice. Let's see. Eyelash Yank. Eyeless Yank. You know what? Yeah, let's go over here instead. I think it'd be better. Sorry for the keep changing everything. Maybe this will be better. Because I don't remember now, there's like some visuals every now and then. So maybe this will be better. Getting some major PTSD just from the name? Is it really that bad? I don't want you guys to be actually scared. Alright, let's get started then, shall we? Let me know if this is too jingly. Eyeless Jack. Okay. Oh, there's like a whole video and everything. It's like the finally. Whoa! Chill, bro, chill. Oh my god. All right. Maybe I should turn on the lights in my house. Okay, January 2013. Eyeless Jack. Sorry, my hands. Maybe I should just unplug this thing. I don't think we need the hands today. Estimated reading time 6 minutes. Bro, these are always not accurate. These are never accurate. Okay, here we go. Ooh. You know what? This is like I'm sorry, I'm like so changing my mind every 10 seconds. I'm so sorry. But I think this is too jingly. Let's go with the other one, with the one that we typically use. I'm getting spooked already. I'm actually not looking at it. This kind of looks like when you're like having a paralysis. What is it called? Like a sleep paralysis. There we go. This is a little bit more neutral. You wake alone in your room, disturbed by some noise. Ow! What happened? At first, when you open your eyes, all you see is darkness and black. You stare straight up and listen, straining your ears to pick up the faintest and smallest of sounds. The sounds on the edge of hearing, the sounds of noise being withheld. Of something deliberately trying to be silent, to stalk, and to hunt. Your eyes begin to adjust, you still see only darkness. But now, with the terror, you begin to realize it is not the darkness of the room, but the dark empty void staring out from the hollow eye sockets of the thing leaning over your bed. Should I? Let's maybe we need to put this in here. I'm just gonna stare at you guys. Spooky. My sleep paralysis demon. I'm gonna leave this here so it can scare you while we continue. Overview? We haven't even started? Wait, what? One of the most notorious mainstream creepypasta villains? This kinda broke the immersion, but okay. Wait, it's giving us spoilers too! What the heck? Huh? Where's the creepypasta? Okay, this is the story. He's just making sure we're alive. I'm generally getting uncomfortable looking at it. What's the matter? Maybe he just wants a little kissing. What if it's just the entire screen? Okay, alright. Name is Jack. My name is Jeff. Hello, my name is Mitch. You kiss him? I'm taken already. I'm here to tell you guys about an experience I had. I don't know if it was paranormal or whatever. Well, we can probably remove this for now. I don't know if it was paranormal or whatever. Stupid words people use to describe supernatural phenomena. But after that thing visited me, I believe in that paranormal trash now. A week after I moved in with my brother Edwin, after my house was foreclosed, I finished unpacking. Edwin liked the idea of me moving in since we had not seen each other for 10 years, so I was excited too. I soon fell asleep after I moved in. After that first week, I heard rustling noises coming from outside at about 1 in the morning. I thought it was a raccoon, so I ignored it and I tried to fall asleep. The next morning, I told Edwin about it and agreed. The next night, however, I thought I heard my window opening and a loud thump as if something entered my room. I darted up and looked around my room, but I saw nothing. The next morning, Edwin dropped his coffee cup when he saw me. He held up a nearby mirror and I saw myself. I had a large gash in my left cheek. Slash. After I was rushed to the hospital, my doctor told me that I must have been sleepwalking. But then he showed me something that made my blood turn cold. He lifted up my chair to reveal a sewn-up incision where my kidneys were. I stared into his eyes, mine widening. You somehow lost your left kidney last night. My doctor told me. We don't know how, though. Sorry. Alright. Hello, Briar. Welcome. The next night was my breaking point, around midnight. I woke up to see a truly horrifying sight. I was staring face to face with a creature with a black hoodie and a dark blue mask with no nose or mouth staring down at me. The thing that scared me the most was it had no eyes. Just empty black sockets. The creature also had some black substance dripping from its socket. I grabbed the camera from the nearby mantle and took a picture immediately. After taking the shot, the creature lunged at me. It tried to claw open my chest to get to my lungs. I stopped kicking it in the face. As I ran out of my room, I grabbed my wallet. I will need the money. I ran out of my brother's house into the night. I eventually ended up in the woods near Edwin's house and tripped on a rock. Kinda, why is your first thought to grab your wallet? It's like, oh yeah, a creepy dude is chasing me. I'm gonna skip all the way to my wallet. I might need some Starbucks on the way. Some Starbucks on the way to safety. Oops, and my phone as well. I need my phone to doom scroll. Sorry, bro, the doctor. Kidney stolen, lights broken. I fell unconscious and woke up in the hospital. My doctor, the same one who treated me before, entered the room. I have good news and bad news, Mitch. My doctor started. The good news is that you had minor injuries and your parents are going to pick you up. I sighed with relief. Well, those are the good news, though. The bad news is that your brother has been killed by something. Sorry. This doctor does not care, bro. Yeah, your brother died. Sorry. Like, what? This was written by a child. There's no way. My parents took me back to Edwin's house. No reaction to that either? Light work, no reaction. Your brother died, light work, no reaction. Your sister died, light work, no reaction. The plushie you cuddle with died. Oh, it's getting a little heavy here. My parents took me back to Edwin's house to collect my remaining belongings, which I did. Upon entering my room, I was scared but remained calm. I grabbed my camera and then stopped dead in my tracks. In the hallway leading to my room, I saw Edwin's body and something small lying next to it. I retrieved it up and entered my parents' car, and mentioning Edwin's corpse, I looked at the thing I had picked up and nearly vomited. I was holding my stolen half-eaten kidney with some black substance on it. Ew. That's it? Okay. I'm so confused. I looked at the thing I had picked up and nearly vomited. Wait, my parents took me back to my Edwin's house, collect my remaining belongings. Upon entering my room, I was scared but remained calm. I grabbed my camera and then stopped dead in my tracks in the hallway leading to my rooms. I saw Edwin's body and something small laying next to it. I retrieved it and entered my parents' car, not mentioning it. So, like, what? Like, was Was the brother the one eating, munching on his kidney, or the thing killed both of them? I don't know. That was a really weird story. It was Eyeless Jack. How do you know? It doesn't say. It doesn't actually say. What's your status? I don't know. ChatGPT didn't say anything. ChatGPT is down. We'll have to wait until it comes back. He took the kidney in the night and ate them. It doesn't actually say, Bella. It doesn't actually say, though. You're assuming. But what if the brother was the Eyeless Jack? The brother could have been. Maybe he was possessed, and that's why he found his kidney next to it. But, I mean, I suppose you could be right. Your guess is as good as mine. But the way it was written, it did not make sense. It could just be an average New York rat munching on the kidney. Well, the impressive thought will be taking out the kidney to begin with. If a rat can take out your kidney, then we're screwed, bro. As a society, we're like absolutely cooked. Anything recent and good? I don't know. Let's see. 6.4, 6.1, 6.9, 8.3, 8.2, 5.8, 7.2. I'm just doing super popular ones. Yeah, I understand. But let's get some variety as well. This one is 9.3. There's drumming in the clouds. There's drumming in the clouds. Journals and diaries. 20 minutes. Oh gosh. Bro. This cannot be 9.3. Who's gonna read this? It's for nerds. 31 minutes? Oh my gosh. Psychosis. Okay, let's see. 21 minutes? The video is 44 minutes, bro. This is for nerds. I didn't know creepypastas were gonna have gatekeeping. 17 minutes. Okay. This is more of my alley. The James Curry fam. This is how many? 9.9. Let's read this together. It was never a dull moment, strive. Scotland was, by definition, a beautiful country of inspiring scenery, majesty, and relentless weather. Evie's old hatchback and taking a beating from the rain and protruding tree branches that flicked across the windshield on this dark and stormy night in late December 1996. A single peppermint sweet flicked between her cheeks. What? Wait, what? A single peppermint sweet flecked between her cheeks? Oh, that one's in the face. Got it. And the imposing view of the desired destination made her belly knot up. Okay. Over the winding roads, across the black ants lake of southern fields, a great stately home rested just next to the shore of one of the world's most famous bodies of waters, the Loch Ness. The soles of Evie's aching foot in her red leather boot pressed gently to break the car. Oh my gosh, bro. Stopped in a large puddle created by the elements only the same day. The occasional bolt of lightning sent an illumination that lit the entire landscape. The dark basic water of the loch, the breaking trees, and the ancient ruins of Fukustar Castle could be seen across the water opposite to this great home. She wiped the fog from her thick-rimmed glasses and leaned forward to observe the wrought iron gate that lay open. It seemed to invite her into the grounds, while two menacing stones, grotesque heads, gazed upon her, the creature themselves resembling that of the elusive beast itself, the Loch Ness monster. We're thinking about some other chink and even Christmas. What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with Christmas? Yes, it's by my nerds. Man. Outside the confines of the warm car, the winds screamed down in rapacious gale. Okay. I'm getting like whiplash from the way this is written. Like, this is really weird. Like, this is written in like the way people wrote things like back in 2008, 2010 or so. You know, it's like the long winding road was mesmerizing as the driver gently went through the wind across the. It's like it's saying a bunch of nothing. It's very annoying writing. It's just like saying, it's just like trying to sound smart or something. I don't know. Let's try another one. This is like, this is painful, bro. The Yakutia incident. 30 minutes of reading? It's because these things are like I don't wanna invest. They're not actually accurate. Like, one time we ventured into like a 20-minute one and it took us like an hour to read it. By length. It's like when the essay doesn't make the word count. Yeah, exactly. So you just add words randomly. Yeah, that's exactly what it feels like, actually. Word count, average rating, micro. Oh, it's by word count. Oh my gosh, Mr. Smile. Didn't you guys say Mr. Smile earlier? I think someone said it. Ben Drown is a really long one. I think we actually tried to read it last year. It wasn't a reindeer. What is Mr. Smile? I've seen the picture before, but I don't think I've ever seen it. Or read it, I guess. Propaganda Cove. Let's read this one real quick. It was in early November of 1997 that a series of very strange sessions led a child psychologist in Maine to contact the authorities. It began when a patient of his began when a patient of his began to tell him about one of their friends. This friend, that's a sentence. This friend being imaginary as far as both of the psychiatrist and the boy's parents were concerned. He called his friend Mr. Smile and would talk about him at great length during some sessions. The boy called him Mr. Smile both because he will always be smiling and because when he was around, the boy said everything felt happy. He said that there was a feeling of everything being okay. The boy in question was being treated for serious issues to do with anger and depression. But when Mr. Smile was around, he said that all the anger and the sadness seemed to just disappear. He said that Mr. Smile wouldn't speak but rather just stand there, at the foot of his bed. He smelled like candy floss, and just being there, he made the boy feel calm and safe. What does candy floss smell like? can't sleep something. Whoa! Sorry. Tried to click on your name because, like, I don't know who you are. But that's a nice username. But hello. Welcome. The psychiatrist assumed this imaginary friend was some sort of coping mechanism. The boy had developed to deal with the problems at home that had led to his violent temper and thought nothing much of it. Until another patient, a girl of about 9 years or old, also began talking about her imaginary friends, Mr. Smile. You should really look up for another username, buddy. That's not a very nice username to read out loud. And then the boy of 7, and then the boy of 12, and then a girl of 11. All in all, close to 15 separate patients all began to talk to him about Mr. Smile. The first few he'd put down to coincidence. After all, many children have imaginary friends, and the name and descriptions of Mr. Smile were just generic enough that they didn't concern him too much at first. But as more and more of his patients told him about Mr. Smile, he began to grow concerned. He asked for more details. Every single one of them described him the same way, using the exact same words. Now, there was no way that all of these children could be in contact with each other. 5 of them, for instance, were currently being homeschooled, and according to their parents, when he spoke to them, never really even left the house, except when it was to accompany them on shopping trips and the likes. There was no way that every single one of these kids could have rehearsed or prepared their statement together, which led him to a deeply disturbing conclusion. He spoke privately with each of the children's parents, one at a time. He avoided disclosing too much information, but told them that something troubling had cropped up in the multiple sessions with various patients, and that he believed that there was a chance that their child was at risk. He asked for the permission to discuss matters with the authority, and the parents gave their consent, provided they were kept in the loop as to what was going on. And so, over the course of the next week, the police came and talked to the children about their friend. They asked for details about his appearance, which they couldn't seem to describe apart from the smile, and that he was not like them. How he got into their house, anything he said or did while he was there, because by this point of the psychiatrist, the parents and the police were all convinced that Mr. Smile was quite real and quite dangerous. The authorities had checked to make sure that there were no known predators living in the area, which they had confirmed was not the case. But it was quite clear that whoever this Mr. Smile was, he was a real person who had been sneaking into homes of these children at night. None of the children claimed to know how he got in. They said they will just wake up and he'd be there in the front of the bed. Sometimes they said he will be singing something, but not in English. It sounded like a lullaby, they said. It made them feel safe. Finally, the children were asked to draw Mr. Smile, as they couldn't put into words how he looked. Each and every one of the children picked up a red crayon and proceeded to color in the entire page until it was just a rectangle of red. When asking about this, they insisted that they had drawn Mr. Smile. When asked where his head, arms, and legs were, they will insist that they had drawn those. They claimed that they had drawn a perfect picture of the man at the foot of their bed, and when they were told that they had simply colored in the page and not drawn anything at all, they became deeply angry, feeling that they were being accused of lying and insisting that what they had drawn was a picture of the man they had seen. Acting more on a hunch than anything else, the psychiatrist decided to show one of the color in rectangles to the various children and asked them what it was. Each and every one of them, with no knowledge of what the picture was supposed to be or who had drawn it, and with no knowledge that the other children that had been spoken about this subject even existed, replied that it was a picture of Mr. Smile. Cameras and babies' monitors were placed in children's rooms so that they couldn't be monitored. Many of the parents simply stopped sleeping altogether, staying up all night staring at the screens that displayed where their children slept. At no point did anyone enter or exit the bedrooms. No sounds except for them snoring or occasionally talking in their sleep were heard over the baby's monitors. There were no signs of Mr. Smile. After almost weeks of this, many of them began to doubt that Mr. Smile had even ever existed. Other psychiatrists have put the whole thing down to some strange shared delusion that, while it couldn't be explained, yet did not have any basis in reality. Some suggested that maybe this whole Mr. Smile thing had its basis on a TV show or film that was children's had all watched, leading them all dream up something similar. Then one of the boys went missing. The camera in his room had gone dead at around 2 in the morning. His mother had to run to check on him, only to find his room empty. It had literally taken less than a minute to run to his room. There was no possible way for him to leave or be taken and be out of her sight in the time it took her to leave her bedroom and run towards his but he was gone. There was no possible way for him to leave and be out of her sight in the time that it took her to leave her bedroom and run towards his, but he was gone. What a sentence, bro. Most of these creepypastas were like written by either by children or something. She said there was a smell of like cotton candy in the room. The search for the boy turned up nothing. No one had seen anything strange or unusual around the home before or during the disappearance, and no trace of him was ever found. It was less than a week later that one of the girls who had spoken of Mr. Smile had vanished as well. Then another of the boys, one by one, each of them began to disappear until 4 remained. Hello, Alisa, and welcome. How you doing? The 4 remaining children began to talk about Mr. Smile, and his friends were going to take them away soon. When asked about these friends, they talked about how Mr. Smile lived with the other smiling men in the happy place, and that he will take them there soon. They said that there were lots of people there already, and that in the happy place everything was beautiful. They said that they knew about it because Mr. Smile talked to them in their heads, because he couldn't talk like other people did, and that he would show them pictures in their heads of the place they were going. Things began to increasingly disturbing after a few weeks. The children began complaining of headaches and nausea. Their schools reported that they had begun to suffer hallucinations, and 2 of them started complaining that they didn't like the place that Mr. Smile was showing them anymore. One began screaming for half an hour, acting as if they were having a fit and screaming for the colors to stop, that the colors were horrible and that they needed them to go away. One of the children claimed that Mr. Smile was talking to them in their head all the time, now and was telling them things, terrible things, but they couldn't talk about it. They must not, because then their parents would know about the horrible things, terrible things. The psychiatrist asked them to write down what Mr. Smile was saying, promising that he will show it to no one, managing to gain the trust of one of the boys enough that he agreed. The contents of the book are known only to him and the authorities, but whenever anyone involved has been asked about it, they just get real quiet and quickly find an excuse to change the subject. The children stopped sleeping. Footage from the security cameras show them sitting bolt upright, their eyes unblinking, just staring at the wall without moving or making a sound. Sedatives did nothing. One of the girls began cutting strange circular marks into her skin, while two of the boys ceased communicating in English altogether. The language they spoke was never identified, and despite numerous people being asked to listen to them, they could not translate what they were saying. By the start of 1999, all four of the children had vanished into thin air. There was no trace of who took them. Searches have turned up nothing to this day, with no indication of where they are, or if they even dead or alive. No suspects have ever been found either. All of four of them appeared to simply vanish into thin air, much like the others, all of whom also remain missing. Their disappearances unexplained. Well, there's Mr. Smile for you. I'm being Bochi for Halloween. What are you doing for Halloween night? Oh, we're gonna have a Halloween special actually on Halloween night. So make sure to have notifications on for Halloween. There will be a little special video dropped on Halloween. This I don't know. This song is not really doing it for me. Do we have any other creepy ones? Man. It's just not really doing it. I have nothing. Any other recommendations? I think you mentioned Candle Cove. We can try that. What the heck? What about Bend Around? I'll try to take a look, but I think it's like 40 minutes long, if I'm not mistaken. But we can take a look. It was also recommended earlier. I'm just trying to look for a better song, cause like I don't know, I don't really. Is that considered a creepypasta? Bend Around? Yeah, it is a creepypasta. Let's see. Bend Around. Jesus. Oh my gosh. Yeah, 63 minutes. That's a big one. That's a big one. That's a big win. I don't know about this one. It says 63 minutes, but it's gonna take us like 2 hours to read the whole thing. That's a big win. Let's try more short ones, I guess. The Staring Doll. I love how these ones are like endorsed by the website itself. It's like creepypasta. 6.5. This one is 2 minutes long. Let's see. Heather was at her friend Jenny's house one afternoon. It was just after school, and Jenny's parents hadn't arrived home from work yet. It was just the two of them, and they were engrossed in a board game. Oh, what a weird word to use, engrossed in a board game. Heather was having a good time, except they were playing in a room adjacent to Jenny's parents' bedroom. And every now and then, Heather will glance up through the open door of the bedroom to see a little girl doll sitting up on the bed. Its eyes appeared to be staring at them. She tried to ignore it, but the time started to get She tried to ignore it, but over time it started to get to her. "I'm sorry," she said, "but I can't concentrate. The doll on the bed over there is giving me the creeps." "Oh, no problem," Jenny replied. She went to the room and closed the door to calm Heather down. Then the two friends resumed their game. It hadn't been long, however, before Heather glanced up again. The door was open once again, and again the doll appeared to be staring at them. Jenny couldn't understand it. She could swear that there was nobody else home, and that there was no way the door could have opened without the knob being turned. Shrugging, she went up to the kitchen and closed the door, this time making sure that it clicked shut. But again and again, they will check the door and find it wide open. Heather was staring to get very scared. Finally, Jenny had enough of this. She went into the bedroom, grabbed the doll, and threw it into the closet, slamming it shut. She then slammed the bedroom door shut behind her, and they resumed their game. For a while, things appeared to be going well, but then Heather glanced up one last time. All of a sudden, she stood up and said goodbye, and ran home as fast as she could. This time, when Jenny looked up, she saw the bedroom door only slightly ajar, with a chair propped up behind it, and sitting in the chair, peeking through the opening at them, was the doll. Okay. What did the comments say for this one? Love this one. Always been a fan of these since the Chucky Felix. I thought the doll was... What? Okay. Nope. Part 2. And then? Where's part 2? Not scary pasta, but terrifying. Not bad story, but good story. Huh? What are these spots? Hello, Ashnitz. Welcome. My spaghetti made from creepypasta. Is it good? Is it good? Oh, man. I mean, that was a very, like, goober... That was a very goober creepypasta. I don't know how to feel about that one. How long is this song that I have here? Let's see. Okay. There used to be a way to also categorize them a little better. Default longest. It should be like top ranked and then sort them by... No. Sorting main. Yeah, there we go. By the shortest and then by the highest rated. Lining. Sarah O'Bannon. Let's see. This one takes 2 minutes. Okay. So this one is called Lining. We had just moved into a little ranch house in the suburbs. Storybook neighborhood. Quiet, friendly neighborhoods. Picket fences, the whole 9 yards. Suffice it to say that this was supposed to be a new start for me. A recently single dad and my 3-year-old son. A time to move on from the previous year's dramas and stress. I view the thunderstorms as a metaphor for this fresh start. One last show of theatrics before the dirt and grime of the past will be washed away. My son loved it anyways, even with the power out. It was the first big storm he'd ever seen. Flashes of lightning flooded the bare rooms of her house, imparting unpacked boxes with long creepy shadows. And he jumped and squealed as the thunder boomed. It was well past his bedtime before he'd finally settled down enough to go to sleep. The next morning I found him awake, in bed, smiling. I watched the lightning at my window, he proudly announced. A few mornings later, he told me the same thing. You're silly, I said. It didn't storm last night. You were only dreaming. Oh, he seemed somewhat disheartened. I ruffled his hair and told him not to worry. There should be another storm soon. Then it became a pattern. He will tell me how he watched the lightning outside his window at least twice a week, despite there being no storms, recurring dreams of the first memorable thunderstorm, I figured. It's easy to hate myself in hindsight. Everybody assures me there's nothing I could have done, no way I could have known. But I'm supposed to be the guardian of my child, and these are useless words of comfort. I constantly relieved that morning making my coffee, pouring milk over my cereal, and picking up the newspaper to read about the pedophile local authorities had just arrested. It was front page stuff. Apparently this guy will select a young target, usually a boy, stake out their house for a while and take flash photos of them through their window while they slept. Sometimes he did more. My stomach sank as the connection was made. At the time, it was merely something from a child's imagination. In retrospect, it is the scariest thing I ever heard. About a week before the predator was caught, my son came up to me in pajamas. Guess what? He asked. What? No more line at my window. I played along. Oh, that's nice. You finally died down, huh? No. Now it's in my closet. I've yet to see the photos police have collected. Okay. That was an unexpected turn. That was actually unexpected. Holy moly. Have you heard of the Guyana nuclear incident? It's not really scary, but interesting of on what radiation can do to... Oh yeah, we did actually watch it last week, I think. Okay, amazing, Karuro. Have a good night. Sleep well. Talk to you later. Okay, that was an interesting story. The next one is called Sarah O'Bannon. I guess we can also, if you guys want, we can also switch. And we can watch, because I know there were some creepypastas that we wanted to watch last time. We can just watch them today as well, instead of like reading them. I know, probably Ben Drowned is probably easier to watch than read. So if you guys can think of anything that you wanted to watch last time, we can as well. Coffins used to be built with holes in them, attached to 6 feet of copper tubing and bell. The tubing will allow air for victims buried under the mistaken impression they were dead. Harold the Oakdale gravedigger, upon hearing a bell, went to see if it was a children pretending to be spirits. Sometimes it was also the wind. This time it wasn't either. A voice from below begged, pleaded to be unburied. You Sarah O'Bannon? Yes, the voice assured. You were born in September 17, 1827? Yes. The gravestone here says you died on February 19. No, I'm alive. It was a mistake. Dig me up. Set me free. Sorry about this, ma'am, Harold said, stepping on the bell to silence it and plugging it up copper tube with dirt. But this is August. Whatever you is down there, you ain't alive no more, and you ain't coming up. Okay. That was a good one. I like that one. Yeah, you're not coming back after. It had to like make us do a little bit of math there, like February, August, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's been like 6 months after she was dead. Nuh-uh, yeah, she's not coming back. That was the shortest past I ever read. Creepy and straight to the point. Yeah, these ones are good. Short and sweet. My fear of water. Ooh, this one is gonna be interesting for those who have irrational fears of water. I've always had a terrible fear of being submerged completely in water. Not that I can swim or anything. My dad made me learn. He said I almost drowned when I was really young. Need to sleep, have a good night. No worries, Bella. Take care, have a good night. Sleep well. Take care. Soda drinkers. It's like that guy who was drinking soda and is like, no wait, drinking water and it's like, yuck. Just chases it with a gulp of soda. I was afraid of it because, for as long as I can remember, whenever I am underwater and look up at the surface, I see a woman reaching down to me with a warm smile. With glowing golden hair and dark blue eyes, even if it's just in a bathtub. It always happened. It was just normal for me, but I never got used to it. It was unnerving, but also soothing at the same time. She always made me feel like it was okay. I still avoided it, though, because I was just a kid, and it was really freaky. I never told my dad about it as a kid, but I did ask him about my mom. He never wanted to talk about her. Sometimes he even got mad at me for trying too hard to bring it up. It was only recently that I described the apparition to him. He nearly drove into the telephone pole. Obviously, he knew something. I asked him again about my mom. He still will not say much, except that she died when I was very young, and that she loved me very much. He also admitted that her hair and eyes were those colors, just like mine. So I did some research on my own, looking up her name for myself on my birth certificate, and trying to find any references I could. Any news clippings about a boy nearly drowning, anything. I mostly wanted a picture, something I could match my guardian angel. Today I buried it in our own town. Today I've buried in our town library. I found it. Winchester Mary Withy, 28, drowned to death yesterday evening after climbing a razor wire fence and fleeing to a nearby reservoir. A funeral is scheduled by her family for the 25th. Mary was institutionalized just 6 months ago, after being found not guilty of attempted murder on grounds of insanity. Her husband Daniel Withy had acted quickly enough to rescue their infant child when she was found trying to drown him in the bathtub. Okay, that's creepy. That's terrifying. Imagine, holy moly. She thought it was her guardian angel the entire time, when it was really just a fading memory of her mom trying to drown him. Well, least insane mother. That was good though. That was good. That was a good one. Oh my gosh, what is this? I've seen these masks being sold at Halloween Spirit. Stairs. 2 minutes, okay. In 1984, there lived a widowed woman, lady by herself in a 2-story house, who was completely immobile and bound to her wheelchair. Ever since the mysterious death of her husband, she required the aid of a carer who will visit her daily to help her with everyday tasks. What made it even more difficult was that the fact that the 2 floors of the house were only connected by an old staircase inside. When the old lady needed to move between the 2, the carer will have to carry her frail body like an infant up and down the stairs. One of the days, the police received a call from the window. There had been a murder. Since police units were scarce at the time, and the murderer had already fled the scene, only one detective was sent out to conduct the initial crime scene report. He arrived to see the carrier's body splayed out in the floor, with her vocal cords ripped out in a pool of blood on the first level of the house, with the old lady atop the staircase in her wheelchair watching him, still and silently, seemingly in shock. He could immediately rule her out as a suspect, due to her inability to move up and down the stairs, and because she was strapped up there at the time the murder took place. It was similar to the death of her husband many years ago, who had suffocated in his sleep on the couch downstairs. The detective put on his gloves, took photos, swabbed for evidence, and covered the body until the coroner arrived later, all routine business. He scooped the house downstairs for any clues, then asked the old lady if he could look upstairs. The whole time, and no one apart from her had been there that day. But regardless of this, the detective ascended the staircase, to which she hesitantly moved aside. Beyond the staircase, there was a narrow corridor, with 3 closed doors along it. He checked behind each of the doors. The empty bedroom, nothing. The bathroom, nothing. He became anxious as he slowly made his way to the final bedroom, where the old lady slept. He opened it and everything looked normal. A bed, a wardrobe, and besides table with a lamp. He checked every wall of the room in horror, as it was not what he discovered, but what it was he didn't discover that made him stop dead in his tracks and slowly reach for his gun in its holster. It was a detail so minor that they had to completely overlooked it. On the last investigation of the husband's death, there was no phone upstairs. He suddenly heard a noise as he withdrew his gun and rushed out of the room, only to find an empty wheelchair atop of the stairs. Funnily enough, I actually saw someone made a video about this one. And I remember, because it creeped me up so bad. I wonder if I can find it. Oh man, I wonder if I can find it real quick so you guys can watch it. Cause it creeped me out so bad. Because he actually added at the end the old lady, and it was pretty creepy. Let me see if I can find it. Oh man, but this was like a while ago though. It's gonna be a tough one to find. It's been a while. History. Oof. Let's see. Let's see if I can quickly find it. Old lady. Maybe I can just type old lady. Leave it to YouTubers to actually write the description of the video. No, there's no way I can find it. What was it called? What is the creepypasta called? Maybe I can find it by name. Stairs. Stairs. No, it's gone. In it. Oh, but it was so fun. It was so creepy and funny. Oh well. Some other time I'll have to find it again. I don't even know if it was like on Instagram. It could have been on Instagram actually. And I'm pretty sure I didn't even save it because it actually it creeped me out so bad that I didn't want to remember it. Actual hack picture. It was like a drawing, and he made like a really funny noise at the end, but it was like really creepy, like the way it was. Like I don't want to spoil it if I do find it. Activity. Let's see if I can find it. Maybe I did like it or something. Oh man, I didn't think I was gonna actually see the actual source of that video here today. That is such a coincidence. Big coincidence. I'll give it like another minute until I give up here. All right, yeah. There's no way I can find it. I'm sorry. But that's funny. Basically, at the end, what he did is like he added the lady running it towards the camera. Like when the cops realized that there was no upstairs phone. Like there was like a Russian lady. And it was like funny because like she looked all wiggly for whatever reason, like they drew her like wiggly, but it was like approaching like the screen so quickly that you couldn't really tell. And he makes like a little noise like blah, 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 something like that. It was like so dumb and creepy, like very unsettling. Psychosis. How long is this one? 21 minutes. Oh, this is like an ad. The boy who loved to read. Is that me? Once there was a boy who loved to read. He read everything he could get his hands on and loved going to his favorite bookstore. One day, the boy realized he had read everything in the stores that he had to offer. He confronted the owner and asked him if he had anything new the boy had never checked out. The owner said, "Why, yes, I do," and pulled out a book called Death. He gladly sold it to the boy at a discount price of $15. However, he warned the boy never to read the front page. Well, the boy returned to his house and read the book, and he was content. However, he always wondered what could be on the front page. It was always in the back of his mind. One day, the temptation was too much for the boy, and he flipped the very front of the book and dropped the book in horror. In bold print, MSRP $7.99. Oh gosh. Bro got baited. What if I died and I missed a lot of stuff? No worries, Khalif's all good. We just went through a couple 2-minute stories. This one, the book person sold it for $50, and the first page had a sticker with $7.99. Best pasta ever. When you find a book and look at it, only to realize the price was although $7.99, but there was a little Medusa head concealed. What? Shut up. Shut up, commenter. The portraits, aka the cabin in the woods. Eh? Oh, the portraits from the movie? There was a hunter in the woods who, after a long day of hunting, was in the middle of an immense forest. It was getting dark, and having lost his bearings, he decided to head in one direction until he was clear of the increasingly oppressive foliage. After what seemed like hours, he came across a cabin in a small clearing. Realizing how dark it had grown, he decided to see if he could stay there for the night. He approached and found the door ajar. Nobody was inside. The hunter flopped down on the single bed, deciding to explain himself to the owner in the morning. As he looked around, he was surprised to see the walls adorned by many portraits, all painted in incredible detail. Without exception, they appeared to be staring down at him, their features twisted into looks of hatred. Staring back, he grew increasingly uncomfortable, making a concerted effort to ignore the many hateful faces. He turned to face the wall, and exhausted, he fell into a restless sleep. Face down in the unfamiliar bed, he turned, blinking in unexpected sunlight. Looking up, he discovered that the cabin had no portraits, only windows. Oh no, what happened to my soundboard? Kevin, The Witch is the one movie from 2012? Yes, that's correct. But I think it doesn't really have... I think it's not about the movie though. I think this was just the actual name, a cabin, like a literal cabin in the woods. It's not from the movie. But interesting little story. In the dark. Oh my gosh, my I keep sticking out my tongue for whatever reason. Come on, tracker. Blam, blam, blam. I see you over there, tucked into your bed. I hope you feel uncomfortable. I hope you sense me over here, watching you. I wonder if you can see me, my emerald eyes staring at you. I hope you feel them piercing your soul. I hope you feel my presence here waiting. The bed trembles as you turn uneasily. I know that I will soon have my prize. I am Coil Springs, ready to attack when you're weak, which will be soon. The blankets churn, it won't be long. I see your resolve fading quickly, only a while longer until I can sink my charred teeth into you. Only a while longer until I can claw you into ribbons. You look around as you get up cautiously. You know I'm here, but you convince yourself that I'm not lurking in the shadows that stretch across the room. As you walk by, I prepare. You will come back, and that is when I will attack. I come out of hidden spot just enough so that nothing will catch me as I pounce to destroy you. You are walking back now. You're right next to me. I go. My claws and teeth sink into your protective coat, right into your core. Ow, kitty, what are you doing? Killing the beast that has infected you, I think. Meow is what I say instead. It's just a sock. You say as you drag the bloodied white creature behind you. It is a dead parasite. I use the lighter words to comfort you. As you settle back down into warmth, I can take vigil on top of the bed to scour the darkness of other things that lurk in plain sight. Huh? This one confused me. Kidding. It takes me a little to scare me, but it had me going until the cat reveal. So it was just a kitty? It was just a cat? 403 is a good one, but I forgot how the story goes. Hey! What do you mean? How do you know it's a good one if you don't remember the story? 403. Let's see. Oh, there is 403. Is it 4? Oh, okay. This is just 1 minute. Let's read it. It was 4:03 in the morning, and I woke up screaming. It was my dream in my dream. I watched everyone I ever knew or loved be killed by a creature. It had a short, fat body and long, slender arms, which ended with a claw that looked more like a sword than claws. Its eyes were slits that glowed red in the darkness, and its teeth were long like horns and sharp like a stake of knives. It looked at me before it killed them, and laughed each time before it ripped apart my loved ones with its sharp claws. How had it found us? It tricked me into letting it into my home by mimicking the voice of my father. It couldn't come in without permission. It told me after I ripped out my mother's heart. The dream ended with the creature laughing its evil cackle and slowly walking towards me. Dragging its claws on the floor, I screamed and sat up. I was in my room, in my bed, safe again for a tree. I hear a knock at the door. I froze up instantly. Tommy, I hear you screaming. Are you all right? I hear my mother saying, what a relief, Mom's here. I'm fine, Mom, just about a bad dream. I replied to relief washing over me. Okay, honey, I got you a glass of water. Do you want it? Mom said back to me. Sure, come in, I said. As those words left my mouth, I remembered that it was September, and I had moved back into my college dorm 3 weeks ago. Oh, no. I'm not gonna lie, in the grand scheme of things, the story vein thick in lore does mean most of it. Wordplay is going to be long. What? Okay. I see what you did there, but I don't know why you did it. Only one loophole in the story is that how he's narrating the story, he survived. Interesting. Banger song. Oh gosh. Just seeing if Fuku will notice it, experimenting something. Yeah, I noticed it. I noticed everything. I need some bread and cereal. You get a phone call from your mother. Since her car has been in the shop, she asks you to go to the grocery store and pick up a few odds and ends for her: bread, milk, cereal, and chicken breast. After writing down a small list, you reluctantly get in the car and pick up the items in the store. The lady cashier makes an odd remark to you. You know, we're in no danger of a milk shortage. Upon arriving at her house, you knock several times. No answer. You decide to try the door. It opens. You place the grocery bag on the counter. Strange. There seems to be 6 other grocery bags, each with identical contents. In a couple, the chicken and the milk has gone bad. Mom, you call out, but no answer. You make your way through the kitchen and into the living room. Sitting on the couch with her head cut off and neatly resting on her lap is your mother. Naturally, you call the police, who came over to investigate. They mention that she has been dead for nearly a week. Furthermore, the police psychiatrist is in the scene and talks to you after you give the initial statement. Sitting on the front of the steps, you overhear the psychiatrist talking with the crime scene investigator. It's not uncommon for people suffering from schizophrenia to get locked into a series of repetitive behaviors, he says. You think to yourself, they can't be talking about me. Schizophrenia? Nah, repetitive behavior? Do they think I did this? Suddenly your cell phone goes off. Hello? Hi, hon. It's me. Could you stop at the store and pick up some chicken and milk? Oh, and I need some bread and cereal too. No problem, Mom. I'll be right over. I mean, it was interesting, but what's with the head being cut off? You make your way through the kitchen and the living room, sitting on the couch with her head cut off and nearly resting on her lap is your mother. It's like, what? Was he the killer? Because if he had a repetitive behavior, then he would have called the police all those 3 or 4 times, right? I don't think this one made really sense. It was cool though, but who was phone? But who was phone? Oh no, bro. That was I liked it though. I liked it, but it didn't make sense. To be fair. Kitchen. In the kitchen. A young girl is playing in her bedroom when she hears her mother call to her from the kitchen. So she runs downstairs to meet her mother. She's running through the hallway. The door of the cupboard under the stairs opens, and a hand reaches out to pull her in. It's her mother. She whispers to her child, "Don't go into the kitchen. I heard it too." Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is like the one, the video from 2 years ago. Daddy, there's a monster under my bed. Daddy, there's someone on my bed. I love that one. I heard it too. Yeah, that was pretty creepy. You guys remember? I don't know if you guys had like cable, but Cartoon Network. This reminds me of that actually. Cartoon Network had during October they had like little skits, and I think one of those was actually this one, the in the kitchen one. You guys remember those skits from Cartoon Network? I don't know if they still do it, to be honest. But it kind of just gave me like a flashback. The message. Don't dismiss this outright as the work of some raving lunatic. There's some sense to this story, if you just hear me out. Look, we all wonder if time travel is possible, right? Well, let me tell you something. It is. I'm from the future. Actually, I know you probably don't believe that, but seriously, I'm from the future. It's a really great thing, getting to see the past, watching events unfold. Stuff like that. We know more and more than we ever would. Behind all the fun, though, there's some serious aspect. We aren't supposed to go into our own lifetime, and we are never allowed to contact our past selves. Let me tell you, I'm breaking that rule right now. Yes, kid, you are talking to yourself. Your future self. I'm going to be executed for this, but you know what? I accept that. I'm preventing something by talking to you that is worse than that. I can't tell you outright what to do because the filters will catch it. This is the closest I can get, trust me. I can, however, send a little message. You should probably read the first word of every paragraph. Now. Don't look behind. Oh no! You. Me looking behind real quick. Bro. No. We're back in 2015. I read this and I've been looking for it ever since. This will forever be my favorite creepypasta. If someone says hear me out, it's either going to be diabolical or straight up devious. Diabolical. Wait, do you watch a certain VTuber? VTuber, no, YouTuber? Heck no, all this trick in the book. Yeah, the one that when they always tell you to look behind is always so creepy. So silly. I told you to smile. I wonder if I do. Diabolical. He says it's so silly. Froggen. It was the 2nd of January, 2:04 a.m. I woke up to a knocking on the door. A knock every 3 seconds. I slipped on my slippers and walked down the stairs. As I walked down, the knocking on the door got faster, almost like a heartbeat. When I got to the door, the knocking stopped. I looked outside and nobody was there. When I went back up to my room and went back to bed, thinking it was just some kids playing a prank. At 4:21, Amaya woke up to the front door slamming shut. I jumped, terrified. I looked over at the first window to find Smile written all over the frost. I grabbed my phone next to me, ready to call 911. Only to find a message written on it saying, I told you to smile. I cried and ran for my life running outside. As soon as I got outside, I knocked on my neighbor's house across the road. They answered and hailed me while I sobbed. They phoned the police at exactly 5:42. The police came to my neighbor's house after an extensive search of my house. They told me there had been no evidence at all of anyone in my house other than me. The messages on the window were gone. Same with my phone. They told me to get some sleep and advised me to see the doctor about stress and anxiety problems. If that, I knew what happened to me was real. The following evening, after spending the day at my neighbor's, I went home. I went up to my bedroom and set up a camera. It was aimed at my bedroom door and at my bed. I set it to record and went to sleep. Thankfully, I slept through the night. However, as I watched the footage, I couldn't believe what I saw. At 3 in the morning, something crawled out from under the bed. It was a completely naked, anorexic man. He stood up, looked at me on the bed. He did so for another hour, not moving at all. Then he moved. He walked over the camera until his face took up the whole shot. He was extremely pale and had bulging veins all over his head. His eyes were completely black, with a huge smile on his face. He stared at the camera for another 2 hours, not blinking, just slightly twisting his head every now and then. After 2 hours of him staring went past, he walked back over the bed and crawled back under. I skipped the video forward until it showed me getting up and walked over the camera. The video finished. I was frozen with fear. The video showed him going back under, but not leaving. Whatever it was still there. This reminds me of what is it called? The granny, not grandma, but like there was a game that we played recently with like a Chinese granny that came out of the bed, and then she was like being recorded, like just staring at us. That kind of reminds me of this. I wonder if they based the game of this one actually. Fuku, remember that one time I mentioned the story of Babadook? Maybe it's time to check it out. Let me see. What is Babadook? Is that a creepypasta though, or is that like an actual book? Because I think that's an actual book, isn't it? I guess I can just look it up here. Babadook. Yeah, I don't think that's a creepypasta. That's more like a movie, right? It's an actual book, sadly, but there's a short narrative of the book on YouTube. I mean, what are you saying? Should we watch that? Unfortunately, I don't think we can read actual books on stream. I'll be right back super quick. Don't you move. I'll be right back, okay? back. Sorry about that. Little intermediary. Fukustar got taken by the Babadook right as I was coming back. You dare to type that? No, I'm back. Sorry. Alright. Oh, the music was still going on really high. Okay. Right as bro was coming back, you were typing that. You already gave up on me. I'll remember that. Just kidding. Alright. A mother's love. Let's read this one. Although I do wonder, I have like Slendy Tubies over here open. Oh, there's even a game? For Slendy Tubies? Even on Roblox? Interesting. One afternoon, a couple was traveling on by car when at the far distance they saw a woman in the middle of the road waving frantically. The wife told her husband to keep on driving because it might be too dangerous, but the husband decided to pass by slowly so he wouldn't stay with a doubt in his mind of what might have been happened and the chances of anyone getting hurt. What a long sentences, bro. Bro was running with the sentence. As they got closer, they noticed a woman with cuts and bruises on her face as well as her arms. They then decided to stop and see if they could be of any help. Trying to reach the word count on the essay with a single sentence. The cut and bruised woman was begging for help, telling them that she had been in a car accident and that her husband and son and newborn baby were still inside the car, which was in a deep ditch. Sorry, the song was going like hum. She told them that the husband was already dead, but that her baby seemed to still be alive. The husband that was traveling decided to get down and try to rescue the baby, and he asked the hurt woman to stay with his wife inside their car. When he got down, he noticed two people in the front seats of the car, but he didn't pay any importance to it and took out the baby quickly and got up to take the baby to its mother. When he got up, he didn't see the mother anywhere. So he asked his wife where she had gone. She told him that the woman followed him back to the crashed car. When the husband went back to look for her, he noticed that clearly the couple in the front seats were dead. One of whom was unmistakably the woman who had flagged them down. Man, this was more sad than anything. It looks like the mother just wanted her child to be saved. That's just sad, yeah. The mom just had her will still wanted to save the baby. I guess that's why it's called a mother's love. That's interesting. That was a good one. They could work a little better on the sentences, but you know. This was written in 2010, so maybe ChatGPT didn't exist back then. The third wish. An elderly man was sitting alone on a dark path. He wasn't sure of which direction to go, and he'd forgotten both where he was traveling to and who he was. He sat down for a moment to rest his weary legs and suddenly looked up to see an elderly woman before him. She grinned toothlessly and with a cackle spoke, "Now your third wish, what will it be?" Third wish? The man was baffled. How can it be a third wish if I haven't had the first and second wish? You've had 2 wishes already, the hag said. The hag? Hag Maxine? Hags, oh my gosh, I love hags. Sorry, trigger word. Anyways. But your second wish was for me to return everything to the way it was before. You had made your first wish. That's why you remember nothing. Because everything is the way it was before you made any wishes. She cackled at the poor man. So it is that you have 1 wish left. All right, he said hesitantly. I don't believe this, but there's no harm in trying. I wish to know who I am. Funny, said the old woman, as she granted his wish and disappeared forever. That was your first wish. Huh? Strange and unexplained. You could have asked to win the lottery, went with the philosophy route. Well, interesting. Oh, it looks like Hans Moleman is in another wacky adventure. Yeah, this is straight out of the Planescape Torment. You know, I totally thought I had 2, but I can't seem to find it, so I guess I didn't. Am I losing my mind? He wanted to know who he was, not forget, until of course he found who he was, and hated it, or was scared by it, and wished to forget. Guys, whenever you have 3 wishes, always ask for more wishes. You have 3 wishes. I wish for 4 wishes. Complete. You have 3 wishes. So his first wish was to know who he was, his second wish was to forget it, and his third wish was to know who he was. Quite a conundrum, if I do say so myself. I learned big words. You know, infinite wishes, please. I guess if you're gonna wish to forget, at least wish that you don't forget why you're forgetting. You know what I mean? Because then that way you're gonna be like, oh yeah, the thing that I forgot. Got it. I mean, it was an okay story. It wasn't really scary, I guess. They're not supposed to be all scary, but it was a good story, I guess. It was past midnight now, and I still have had a while until I met my destination. The girl I picked up an hour ago was asleep in the seatbelt beside me. She was a hitchhiker. I couldn't leave a teenager alone at night in the pouring rain. I had to pick her up. She seemed pretty happy that someone was finally giving her a ride. I didn't know her real name, only that her friends called her Joe. Joe Mama. She looked so calm, so peaceful. Her brown hair obscured half her gorgeous face. Her lips flexed in a barely noticeable smile. She must be having a nice dream. I tried to remember the last dream I had, but no luck. Then I felt it, a feeling I hadn't felt in a long time. A terrible, ugly feeling. I looked down at the girl as I drove, hoping her smile face might help me overcome and not give in to the demon within, but I could have felt inclined to get out. I didn't want to, I couldn't. I needed to get the girl out of the car, but that will take too long. It will happen before then. I continued to struggle, fighting an inner battle. Then no, I couldn't contain it. It happened. I let it out the monstrous fart I'd ever released. It was legendary. It was the kind of thing kids will tell stories about scared younger kids. I reluctantly looked to see if the piece that escaped my body had woken the girl. It hadn't, but the smile had faded and she looked to be having a nightmare now. Bro, quite literally. Oh no. Lamau. Bicho ugly. Bro. Khalif doesn't hang out with us very often, but whenever he does, he has just bangers to plant. Could have sworn I heard the bicycle bell ringing on stream. Fuku up to something? A bicycle bell ringing? No, I don't think so. Bait past that. Yeah, the the demon within. The biggest fart ever. The man in the snow. You're home alone, and you hear on the news about the profile of a murderer who is in the loose. You look out the sliding glass doors to your backyard, and you notice a man standing out in the snow. He fits the profile of the murderer exactly, and he's smiling at you. You gulp, picking up the phone to your right and dialing 911. You look back at the glass as you press the phone to your ear and notice he is much closer to you now. You then drop the phone in shock. There are no footprints in the snow. It's his reflection. Huh? Hold on, what? You look at the sliding glass, and you notice a man standing out in the snow. He fits the perfect profile, and he's smiling at you. You gulp, picking up the phone, 911. You look back at the glass, and you press the phone to your ear, and notice he's much closer. You then drop the phone. There are no footprints in the snow. Oh, he was inside the house. He was inside the house. His reflection looked like he was outside. Okay, that's creepy. You know, all these issues could be solved if you have a shotgun. Guys, just... I don't know if I can say that on stream. Can I say that? Stellaris. Can we say that on stream? Look behind you. Oh no. You're saying that the man in the snow is inside the house and not out in the snow. No, I know. Yeah, that's what I meant. But yeah, that was creepy. But yeah, most of these issues could have be solved by a shotgun, bros. That's creepy, genuinely. Well, maybe for you, because you don't live in America. But for me, just kidding. Okay. No one knew the secret spot where we as a child played at night. The ashen moon or only light will greet us painted on the pond. Oh, I like this one already. The stomping grounds. The placid water, cool and black, will wash away the summer heat. The silty ground, cooler still, was soft and lumpy underfoot. Seaweed danced and graced our legs below the surface as we strode. We romped and splashed and swam and laughed until we tired in the dark. But then one night on my own way to pond, we spied unwelcome guest afar. One shape was small, one shape was large, and large bent down by small. Then made a quiet splashing sound and walked away alone. We turned in light of day, a first for each of us. And there at last I gazed into the clouded waters where we played. To mind came mantra terrible, which echoes still today. Seaweed doesn't grow in ponds, seaweed doesn't grow in ponds. For we'd been trading children's heads, and laughed as hair had tickled their legs. Okay. Okay. Why were there children's heads in the pond? Murders, then disappearances. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Like, people use sometimes ponds or rivers to throw bodies. But that's creepy as heck. What the heck? I agree, a 9mm will kill the body, but 57 will extinguish the soul. You know, I was actually watching a video the other day about home defense. And the difference between... Because I actually made this joke like a while ago. About choosing between a birdshot and a buckshot. But there's actually a third... for shotguns, there's like three main types of bullets. Birdshot, which is like tiny little pebbles. It's meant to spread on the air so you can kill multiple birds. And then buckshot, which is to kill like, bigger game, like deer and stuff like that. Hence why it's called buck, I imagine. And then there's a third one called slug. So a slug is just basically a giant freaking rock. It's like a round pebble that is being shot with all the power of the shotgun. And people were debating, apparently it's like an oldest time debate whether they should use buckshot or slugs for home defense. Because apparently slugs are so powerful that they will go through people's bodies and walls as well, right? So if you're inside your house, you don't want your bullets to go through your bedroom, so you don't kill any one of your family members or something like that. So you might kill the person, but it might go through their bodies. That's basically the same as throwing a hot honey bun at people. Right. But yeah, the force of the way the slug explodes is pretty scary, to say the least. Do you guys remember? I don't know if you guys, any of you were here last year, but we read that story about what is it called? The Skyrim. That still creeps me out to this day. That actually stuck with me really bad. Fukuchet get an A10 Warthog for home defense. I mean, no one is trying to kill me. I'm like from the hierarchy of people to kill, I'm like at the lowest. I don't think anyone is trying to kill me, bro. Sadie. Let's see this one. Oh, 7.6. This might not be a good one. What the heck? Lavender Town as seen in red and green. And yellow. Red and green and yellow. What the heck, bro? What's wrong with you? Anyone here remember this? Anyone here old enough to know what this is? Lavender Town. Lavender Town is a Pokemon city from Pokemon Red and Green and Yellow from the Game Boy. I remember. Hi, Alisa. It's good to have someone knowledgeable in the topic. Mr. Whitemouth, wow, haven't seen that in a while. And Lavender Town. Mr. Whiteman, huh? Where do you see that? Oh, this one. Okay. Maybe these ones are good ones. Let's check it out. Is this the actual creepypasta, or is it gonna be like an overview? The Lavender Town Syndrome, also known as Lavender Town Tone or Lavender Town Sewer Slide, was a peak in sewer slides and illness of children between the ages of 7 and 12. Shortly after the... Well, wait, is this a real thing? I can't even remember if this was real or not. Shortly after the release of Pokemon Red and Green in Japan. Back in February 27th, 1996. Rumors say that the sewer slides and illnesses only occurred after the children playing the game reached Lavender Town, whose theme music had extremely high frequencies that studies show that only children and young teens can hear since their ears are more sensitive. Due to the Lavender Town, at least 200 children supposedly committed suicide, and many more developed illnesses and afflictions. The children who committed suicide usually did so by hanging or jumping from heights. Those who did not act irrationally complained of severe headaches after listening to Lavender's Town theme. Although Lavender Town now sounds different depending on the game, the mass hysteria was caused by first Pokemon games released. After the Lavender Town incident, the programmers had fixed Lavender's Town theme music to be a bit lower frequency, and since then, children were not affected by it. One video appeared of 2010 using the special software to analyze the audio of Lavender's Town music. When played, the software created images of the unknown near the end of the audio. This raised a controversy since the unknown didn't appear until the Generation 2 games, Silver, Gold, and Crystal. The unknown translates to leave now. There is also the said beta version of Lavender Town. It is said that the beta version Pocket Monsters was released to some kids to test the game. This is the video of the beta version of Lavender Town. I'm good. I can't recall it's real, but it's a really long range hysteria attack. Let me look it up real quick. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Lavender Town Syndrome. Lavender Town Syndrome is an urban legend originated from Pokemon creepypasta that falsely claims that the game's Lavender Town is caused by sickness, headaches, and sewer slides in some children. Okay, so it's not real, but it got me. Because I did hear something about that a long time ago. Maybe this was the root of it. 2011. So yeah, this is pretty old. Interesting. Let's try Mr. Widemouth. During my childhood, my family was like a drop of water in a vast river, never remaining in one location for long. We settled in Rhode Island when I was 8, and there we remained until I went to college in Colorado Springs. Most of my memories are rooted in Rhode Island, but there are fragments in the attic of my brain which belong to the various homes we had lived in when I was much younger. Most of these memories are unclear and pointless. Chasing after another boy in the backyard of a house in North Carolina, trying to build a raft to float on the creek behind the apartment we rented in Pennsylvania, and so on. But there is one set of memories which remains as clear as glass, as though they were just made yesterday. I often wonder whether these memories are simply lucid dreams produced by the long sickness I experienced that spring, but in my heart I know they are real. We were living in a house just outside the bustling metropolis of New Vineyard, Maine, population of 643. It was a large structure, especially for a family of 3. There were a number of rooms that I didn't see in the 5 months we reside there. In some ways, it was a waste of space, but it was the only house in the market at the time, at least within the hour's commute to my father's place to work. The day my 5th birthday attended by my parents alone, I came down with a fever. The doctor said I had mononucleosis. The heck is that? Mononucleosis. Mononucleosis. Which meant no rough play and more fever for at least another 3 weeks. It was horrible timing to be bedridden. We were in the process of packing our things to move to Pennsylvania, and most of my things were already packed away in boxes, leaving my room barren. My mother brought me ginger ale and books several times a day, and this served the function of being my primary form of entertainment for the next few weeks. Boredom always loomed just around the corner, waiting for the rear its ugly head and compound my misery. I don't exactly recall how I met Mr. Whitemouth. I think it was about a week after I was diagnosed with mono. My first memory of the small creature was asking him if he had a name. He told me to call him Mr. Whitemouth, because his mouth was so large. In fact, everything about him was large in hello? In comparison to his body. His head, his eyes, his crooked ears, but his mouth was by far the largest. You look kind of like a Furby, I said as he flipped through one of my books. Mr. Whitemouth stopped and gave me a puzzled look. A Furby? What's a Furby? He asked. I shrugged. You know, the toy, the little robot with the big ears. You can pet and feed them, almost like a real pet. Oh, Mr. Whitemouth resumed his activity. You don't need one of those. They aren't the same as having a real friend. I remember Mr. Whitemouth disappearing every time my mother stopped by to check on me. I lay under your bed, he later explained. I don't want your parents to see me because I'm afraid they won't let us play anymore. We didn't do much during those first few days. Mr. Whitemouth just looked at my books, fascinated by the stories and pictures they contained. The 3rd or 4th morning after I met him, he greeted me with a large smile on his face. I have a new game we can play, he said. We have to wait until after your mother comes to check on you, because she can't see us play it. It's a secret game. Oh gosh, run. Run, don't walk, run. After my mother delivered more books and soda at the usual time, Mr. Whitemouth slipped out from under the bed and tugged my hand. We have to go to the room at the end of this hallway, he said. I objected at first, as my parents had forbidden me to leave my bed without their permission, but Mr. Whitemouth persisted until I gave in. The room in question had no furniture or wallpaper. Its only distinguished feature was a window opposite to the doorway. Mr. Whitemouth darted across the room and gave the window a firm push. Flinging it open, he then beckoned me to look out the ground below. We were on the 2nd floor of the house, but it was on a hill, and from his angle, the drop was further than 2 stories due to the incline. I like to play pretend up here, Mr. Whitemouth explained. I pretended that there is a big soft trampoline below this window, and I jump. If you pretend hard enough, you bounce back up like a feather. I want you to try. I was 5 years old with a fever, so only a hint of skepticism darted through my thoughts as I looked down and considered the possibility. It's a long drop, I said. But that's all the part of the fun. It wouldn't be fun if it was only a short drop. If it were that way, may as well just bounce on a real trampoline. This is 2 minutes, by the way. 6 minutes. Oh, okay. I misread that. All right. We just got baited into like a 20-minute read. I toyed with the idea, picturing myself falling through the thin air only to bounce back in the window on something unseen by human eyes, but the realist in me prevailed. Maybe some other time. I said, I don't know if I have enough imagination, I could get hurt. Mr. Whitemouth's face contorted into a snarl, but only for a moment. Anger gave way to disappointment. If you say so, he said. He spent the rest of the day under my bed, quiet as a mouse. The following morning, Mr. Whitemouth arrived holding a small box. I wanted to teach you how to juggle, he said. Here are some things you can use to practice before I start giving you lessons. I looked in the box. It was full of knives. My parents will kill me, I shouted, horrified that Mr. Whitemouth had brought knives into my room. Objects that my parents will never allow me to touch. I'll be spanked and grounded for a year. Mr. Whitemouth frowned. It's fun to juggle with these. I want you to try. I think the stream is like struggling a little bit. I'm probably gonna wait a little bit until it fixes, because I see it's like struggling to upload the stream. So let's take a little break here. Mr. Whitemouth really stuck with me because it was really close to what I experienced. Oh, okay. I don't know why the internet is like... It's a little weird. It's acting a little weird. Oh, okay, it's back to green. I think it's back to normal. Okay. That was a little weird. It's not even raining or anything. Is it? No, it's not even raining. Okay, let's continue. I pushed the box away. I can't. I'll get in trouble. Knives aren't safe to just throw in the air. Mr. Whitemouth's frown deepened into a scowl. He took the box of knives and slid under my bed, remaining there the rest of the day. I began to wonder how often he was under me. I started having trouble sleeping after that. Mr. Whitemouth often woke me up at night, saying he put a real trampoline under the window. A big one that I couldn't see in the dark. I always declined and tried to go back to sleep, but Mr. Whitemouth persisted. Sometimes he stayed by my side until early in the morning, encouraging me to jump. He wasn't so fun to play with anymore. My mother came to me one morning and told me I had her permission to walk around outside. She thought the fresh air would be good for me, especially after being confined to my room for so long. Ecstatic, I put on my sneakers and trotted out of the back porch, yearning for the feeling of the sun on my face. Mr. Whitemouth was waiting for me. I have something I want you to see, he said. I must have given him a weird look because he then said it's safe, I promise. I followed him to the beginning of the deer trail, which ran through the woods behind the house. This is an important path, he explained. I've had a lot of friends about your age. When they were ready, I took them down this path and a special place you aren't ready yet, but one day I hope to take you there. I returned to the house, wondering what kind of place lay beyond that trail. 2 weeks after I met Mr. Whitemouth, the last load of her things had been packed into a moving truck. I will be in the cab of the truck, sitting next to my father for the long drive to Pennsylvania. I considered telling Mr. Whitemouth that I will be leaving, but even at 5 years old, I was beginning to suspect that perhaps the creature's intentions were not to my benefit, despite what he said otherwise. For this reason, I decided to keep my departure secret. My father and I were at the truck at 4 a.m. He was hoping to make it to Pennsylvania by lunchtime tomorrow, with the help of an endless supply of coffee and 6-pack of energy drinks. He seemed more like a man who was about to run a marathon rather than one who was about to spend 2 days sitting still. Early enough for you? He asked. I nodded and placed my head against the window, hoping for some sleep before the sun came up. I felt my father's hand on my shoulder. This is the last move, son, I promise. I know it's hard for you, as sick as you've been. Once Daddy gets promoted, we can settle down and you can make friends. I opened my eyes as we backed out of the driveway. I saw Mr. Whitemouth's silhouette in my bedroom window. He stood motionless until the truck was about to turn into the main road. He gave a pitiful little wave goodbye, steak knife in hand. I didn't wave back. Years later, I returned to the new vineyard. The piece of land our house stood upon was empty, except for the foundation. As the house burned down a few years after my family left, out of the curiosity, I followed the deer trail that Mr. Whitemouth had shown me. Part of me expected him to jump out from behind a tree and scare the living bejesus out of me, but I felt that Mr. Whitemouth was gone, somehow tied to the house that was no longer existed. The trail ended at the New Vineyard Memorial Cemetery. I noticed that many of the tombstones belonged to children. Oh. Well, that took a second. He was trying to take... Mr. Whitemouth was trying to take the kid to the children's cemetery by making him jump. I see now. What do you mean this is something that really happened to you? What the heck? What did you experience, Caliph? I hope you stop hallucinating already. What's the Momo challenge? Is this the ugly girl? Oh yeah, it is. Crap. So creepy. The Momo challenge. Is there more creepy pictures though? Okay, that was the only one. You guys remember this thing? This is not even real. It's like a sculpture from a Japanese person. It's a Japanese artist or something. And it has like... It's funny they cut off the chest because it's like it has like huge booba. Like the original sculpture for some reason. I mean, it's Japan, I guess, but it has like huge booba. Let's read it, I guess. How many? 7.4. Okay. There was still a chill in the air. The morning sun was hidden behind dark rain clouds. A lone man made his way down a quiet country path. Gravel crunched under his heavy walking boots. He heard rain as it began to fall. It made its way down through the trees. Suddenly, there was a sound, twigs breaking, something ran up behind him. I'd explain what really happened, but it might not be the right time. Interesting. Well, only if you feel comfortable, but if you don't, then don't. Of course. A grubby-looking ball rolled in front of him. Took you long enough. Bending down to pick the ball up, he turned and looked at the large golden labrador that eagerly stared back at him. I don't want to get caught in this rain, okay? So last one, yeah? The man lashed at the ball, down the path and watched as the dog raced after it. The man watched as the dog stood over the ball and paused. Hey, today will be nice. Without taking the ball, the dog took off down another path. Darn it. Best not to be chasing that cat again. The man grumbled under his breath as he broke into the slow jog. Once he had retrieved the ball, he looked around. His dog was nowhere to be seen. At the end of the path was a large farmhouse set back from the country lane. He will hear soft, low-pitched whining. Shadow, where are you at, boy? After going silent for several seconds, an unsettling sobbing noise emanated from the tree lines. I told you to leave that dang cat alone. The man searched the tree line as he made his way down the path towards the farmhouse. A cell phone laid at the edge of the path. As he knelt to inspect it, he noticed it was sat in a pool of blood. The screen looked had been cracked. He thought he heard something whisper, "Help me," before the sobbing continued. The heck is this? He dropped the phone and frantically tried to wipe the blood off. A slightly movement in the dish caught his attention. A small pale girl reached her hand towards him and shrieked. The man stumbled as he started back at the girl, unable to take his eyes off her. She was covered in blood and her matted hair covered most of her face. She was shaking violently as she stared right back at the man. The whites of her eyes pierced through her messy hair. With her breath visible in the cold morning air, she let out another wailing shriek. Several hours earlier, a porch light flickers, illuminating the driveway. As a car pulls up alongside a farmhouse, a young woman, Carmen, steps out of the vehicle into the cool summer night. Crickets chirp from the dark forest that surrounds the house. The wooden steps creak as she made her way to the door. She paused and looked through the nearby window. The house was in darkness. Carmen pressed the doorbell as she continued to look through the window. She flinched at how loud the ringing was. She pulled out her cell phone and scrolled to the contact Amy. Carmen paced beside the door as she made the call. It rang several times before Carmen realized she could hear a phone vibrating. She peered back through the window and saw Amy's phone lighting up in the section of the living room. Carmen let out a sigh, muttering under her breath, "What's going on, Ames?" She knocked on the door. "Amy, better be good reason for your ghosting me." No reply came from the Carmen decided to let herself in. Moonlight poured into the kitchen window, flickering through the swaying trees. "Ames, where are you at?" A breeze sent a chill over Carmen's and she rubbed her arms. The door slammed shut in the draft, blocking the light from the porch. Startled, Carmen flinched and inhaled sharply. "Alexa, lights on." Slowly the large open-plan room was lit up, except for the kitchen area that remained illuminated by the moonlight. Carmen walked over the cell phone and picked it up. Wiping the dust from the screen, she noticed a lot of messages and missed calls, all from the same number. A preview of a message caught Carmen's attention. It read the Momo challenge. I almost forgot the point of the story was. The floorboards above her hand creaked as something moved above her. Turning her gaze upwards, she noticed a light come and above the stairwell. "Just so you know, Ames, if you jump out at me, I'm not going to be sorry when I hit you." Carmen rolled her eyes as she made her way towards the stairs. As she reached the bottom of the stairs, she paused. Behind her, a shadowy reflection moved across the widescreen TV. A tall, thin figure walked past the kitchen window. It walked up to the edge of the shadowy kitchen and started right at Carmen. It remained motionless. Even with its back hunched, it loomed over the girl. Long dark hair flowed down the figure's pale body. Two large eyes peered into the darkness, unblinking and focused. Carmen turned her head sharply at the noise from the kitchen, but nothing appeared to be moving. The soft moonlight flickered across the top of the dining table as she turned back to make her way up the stairs. Another clattering sound echoed from the kitchen and something ran out from under the table. Carmen grabbed the railing as it darted past her. "Jesus, cat!" She let out a soft laugh. "No need." A tree branch rattled against the window above the stairwell. As she went up the stairs, she paused on the landing and saw the cat stood at the top of the stairs. The moonlight reflected in his eyes. "Think you're funny, don't you?" As she reached out her hand, pet the cat, it hissed at her hand and ran away. The tall, pale figure watched from the dark corner of the landing as Carmen looked around. The figure tilted its head to neck-breaking degree as Carmen looked right through it. Once she was upstairs, the lights below suddenly went off. Carmen ignored it and walked along the corridor towards Amy's room. Finding the door slightly open, she gently knocked the door with the back of her hand. Looking through the gap of the room was in darkness. Amy? Behind her, the long dark hair of the pale figure dangled from the ceiling above Carmen. The pale figure opened its white mouth and snake-like tongue emerged, slithering towards Carmen. As she slowly entered the room, the door was ripped out of her grasp and she was pulled into the darkness. The door slammed behind her. Oh my gosh. What the heck is this, bro? How many hours is this? This is 8 minutes, by the way. This is allegedly. This is 8 minutes. Okay, buddy. Can't run away. Are lost. I don't know. I don't know why these stories, they have like such a bad like timing. Like I don't know how they're measured. Is it because they're reading in their mind is like faster than speaking out loud? Like I don't understand. But oh well, we're already too deep inside. Let's just continue. We are number 3, by the way. The sound of metal grinding reverberated through the room as a dead ball clicked into place. What the heck, Amy? Carmen put the lights on and turned to face her friend. With a ruler? That's probably what they use, actually. Carmen, annoyed appearance, quickly turned to the corner. Darren, what is going on with you? Amy was shaking, with dark circles around her tearful eyes. As she looked over her friend, Carmen grabbed her arm. Are you cutting again? Seriously? Amy pulled her arm and clasped the wound. You shouldn't have come. Why? Why are they there? Are you here? Amy walked towards the window, muttering incoherently and frantically, searched for something outside. You sent me a message to come over, said something was wrong. Carmen watched as Amy froze, and now that I'm here, I will say that it's an understatement. Amy held her head in her hands and began to shake her head. No, I didn't. I refuse. As Carmen looked around the room, she realized the extent of the mess. It was in a disheveled state. It looked like someone had ransacked the place searching for something. Carmen put her hand on Amy's trembling shoulder. Amy, you need to tell me what's going on right now. Amy stayed quiet for several seconds, searching for a response. Did you see her? With a puzzled look on her face, Carmen shook her head. Who? Amy pulled away from her friends and began to search her desk. My phone, I need it. Where is it? Carmen took the phone out of her pocket and handed it to Amy. You left it downstairs. As Amy searched for something on her phone, Carmen noticed loose pages scattered across the dresser table. A drawing of a faceless woman caught Carmen's attention. As she picked it up, it revealed a notebook underneath. A noble face with 2 large eyes is drawn on the cover, with the name Momo literally carved into the cover hundreds of times. Carmen looked over at Amy's as she paced about fixated on her phone. On the first page, the unknown number was written in the elegantly stylistic font, the title, The Momo Challenge. Of course, you need a ruler to measure stuff. That's how I measure how long I've slept. I hope that's a very vague ruler then. Oh no, I see the internet falling again. What's going on? It's like falling behind. Let's take a second until it becomes green again. I don't know what's going on with that. Is it maybe raining in other areas of the country or something? I mean, I'm sorry, the city, not the country. Oh, the internet is actually really bad right now. I'm just taking a speed test right now, and it's not even like 10 megabits per second. That sucks. It's buffering a little bit. Yeah, I see it on my screen. I see it buffer every time. Let's give it a second here. It's like catching up. So the way it works is like you have a certain set of bit rate. Like I have it at 12,000 megabits per second. But then if it falls behind, like if the internet drops for a little bit, it will buffer on my computer and then send it over. But then it will spike all the way to like 20,000 megabits per second because it's like trying to upload more data so that the stream can catch up. So like right now it's not even able to like send any data. It's like struggling to send like even 12,000. Now it's going to 16,000, 13,000. So it's trying to catch up right now, but interesting how it works. Is there a bird nest on your satellite antenna thingy? I don't use satellite actually, it's cable. It's called, I think it's called DSL? Is that what it's called? Cable internet? Yeah, it's cable internet. Through cables of the internet. Just kidding. True, it's like TV cable, I guess. Because in the US, even though they got $2 billion for infrastructure to fix it, they didn't. They just kept the money. So that's fun. That's cool. And that's why we have crappy internet in the US. I don't think it's ever gonna catch up. I'm so sorry, guys. A couple days ago, the AWS servers had some problems and most platforms went bugging down. Don't know if you don't know this. I did know about that, but YouTube is hosted in Google Cloud, so it doesn't affect YouTube or Google. Anything that's owned by Google is not using AWS. But Twitch, for example, is under Amazon, so yes, Twitch uses AWS. But not Google, not YouTube, so we're good. Okay, so it's back to green now. So if you want to refresh, you'll catch up to me. So I'll continue now. Before Carmen could say anything, Amy pulled at her shoulder. Here, look, she held the phone out to show Carmen the security camera feed. Scrolling through the multiple feeds, what am I meant to be seeing here? Amy completely ignored the question. Carmen looked back at the papers scattered on the desk and then at her friend. Focused on her phone, Amy is unaware of her friend's worried gaze. Once Amy got to the camera feed outside the bedroom, she gasped and began to shake. The tall, pale figure was right outside the door, with her face pressed up against the door. She's here. Carmen takes the phone and looked at the same feed. There was nothing there, the hallway was empty. Amy's eyes opened wide as she looked at the screen. The pale figure rolled its head back to look directly at the camera. She smiled wildly, and her jaw swung open. Its mouth opened to a jaw-breaking degree, and a snake-like a tongue slithered down to closed door. Amy spun to face the door, watching the tongue slither up the door. She began to cry and shake violently. Her legs went numb, and she collapsed to her knees. Carmen held her friend. Desperately, she tried to calm her down. The tongue slithered up to the deadbolt and hesitated. Then it flicked. The light switched off. Amy was now sobbing uncontrollably. Just a bad wolf. I'm not going to let anything happen to you. I promise. Carmen tried to reassure her friend. Reassure her friend. The sound of the deadbolt sliding open made both girls freeze. The room was silent as both girls watched the door slowly creep open. Nothing was there. Carmen stood up to go and turn the lights back on. Amy's phone started to ring, making Carmen's jump. She recognized the number of the one from the book, the same one Amy's had multiple unread messages from. I feel like this song kind of ruined the vibe. Let me go back to the other one, actually. I didn't really like that one. It's a little better. Carmen blasted angrily. All she could hear on the other end was raspy breathing. Behind the girls, pale bony fingers curled out of the large dresser table mirror. They held on the frame. The pale face appeared, with dark circles where the eyes should be. The figure pulled itself through the mirror, its limbs contorting to impossible angles. It towered over Amy and stared down at her. Carmen flicked the light switch on and looked out the hallway. Nothing was there. Who else is? Carmen turned back towards her friend. She dropped the phone on the ground and she cracked the screen. Her gaze focused on the tall figure looming over her friend, its pale skin glistening in the moonlight. The flowing dark hair reached the ground and pulled around Amy. It raised its freakishly long arms, and Amy stood up, completely focused on Carmen. Amy, you need to come over here. The fear was evident in her voice. The figure lifted its head to face Carmen, its round black eyes shimmering in the light. I'm sorry, Carmen, I have no choice. Amy's eyes turned black as she moved swiftly towards Carmen. As Amy lunged at Carmen, the figure's thin, lipless mouth turned to a smile. The next morning, the man slid into the ditch beside the injured girl. She tried to say something as he helped her sit up. Her body was covered in horrific injuries. The man wrapped his jacket around her. His dog hit a tree line and barked hysterically. The girl began to cry uncontrollably as she looked back at the path. Stood on the back path, Amy and the pale figure stared down at her. Her friend was almost unrecognizable. Her dark eyes stood out against her pale skin. Her blood-soaked hair draped over her face. Amy held her broken phone in her hand. The Momo challenge text was obscure as blood ran over the screen. Perfectly still, they both smiled down at Carmen. That was really weird. That was really weird. I don't know. I remember this challenge because there was like, if you had WhatsApp, I don't know if you guys ever remember about that, but like if you had WhatsApp, like there was like a Momo number. You had to like punch in the numbers and her face will come up, and that's how like the challenge begins. This is like based off of that. But this story was really confusing. I mean, it didn't really have any resolution or anything. But okay, I mean, come on Twitch L. Carmen, yes, some men tend to like cars. What about it? Yeah, that was a very like confusing story. I don't know. Didn't really like it. Hero Brian? I think we read this. Didn't we read this one? Yeah, I think we read it last time, actually. I've been on the internet long enough to remember what Slendy Tubi's original was. Wait, so you do remember the Momo challenge then? I don't know how common WhatsApp is outside of America. I guess in America is very common, like North and South America as well. But I don't know if it, like in Asia countries are common. An egg. 2012. Almost 9. Well, over 9 stars. 4 minutes. Oh my gosh. Oh, I finally sleep. 4 minutes, huh, Mr. 4 minutes? Sure, I believe that. Alright. Let me hydrate real quick. Okay. It was a car accident. Nothing particularly remarkable, but fatal, nonetheless. You left behind a wife and 2 children. It was a painless death. The EMTs tried their best to save you, but to no avail. Your body was utterly shattered. You were better off, trust me. And that's when you met me. What happened? You asked. Where am I? You died, I said. Matter-of-factly, no point mincing words. There was a truck. It was skidding. Yup, I said. I died? Yup. But don't feel bad about it. Everyone dies, I said. You looked around. There was nothing, just you and me. What is this place? You asked. Is this the afterlife? More or less, I said. Are you God? You asked. Yup, I replied. I'm God. My kids, my wife, you said. What about them? Will they be alright? That's what I like to see, I said. You just died and your main concern is your family. That's good stuff right there. You looked at me with fascination to you. I didn't look like God, just looked like some man. Some vague authority figure. More of a grammar school teacher than almighty. Don't worry, I said. They'll be fine. Your kids will remember you as perfectly in every way. They didn't have time to grow to contempt you for you. Your wife will cry on the outside, but will be secretly relieved. To be fair, your marriage was falling apart. If it's any consolation, she'll feel very guilty for feeling relieved. Oh, you said. So what happens now? Do I go to heaven or hell or something? Neither, I said. You'll be reincarnated. Ah, you said, so the Hindus were right. All the religions are right in their own way, I said. Walk with me. You followed along with as we stroll in the void. Where are we going? Nowhere in particular, I said. It's just a nice walk while we talk. So what's the point then? You asked. When I get reborn, I'll just be a blank slate, right? A baby. So all experiences and everything I did in this life won't matter. Not so, I said. You have within you all the knowledge and experiences of all your past lives. You just don't remember them right now. I stop walking and look at the shoulders. Your soul is more magnificent, beautiful, and gigantic than you can possibly imagine. A human mind can only contain a tiny fraction of what you are. It's like sticking your finger in a glass of water to see if it's cold or hot or cold. You put a tiny part of yourself into the vessel, and when you bring it back out, you've gained all the experiences you'd had. You've been a human for the last 34 years, so you haven't been stressed out yet and felt the rest of your immense consciousness. If we hung out here longer, you'd start to remember everything, but there's no point doing that between each life. How many times have I been reincarnated then? Oh, lots and lots, and into lots of different lives, I said. This time around, you'll be a Chinese peasant girl in 1540 AD. Wait, what? You stammered. You're sending me back in time? Well, I guess technically, time as you know it only exists in your universe. Things are different where I come from. Where do you come from? You pondered. Oh, sure, I explained. I come from somewhere else, and there are others like me. I know you'll want to know what it's like there, but you honestly won't understand. This is confusing. I'm sorry. I can explain. I think I'm understanding the story so far. Oh, you said, little let down. But wait, if I get reincarnated to other places in time, could I have interacted with myself at some point? Sure, happens all the time. And with both lives only aware of their own time span, you don't even know it's happening. So what's the point of it all? Seriously? I asked. Seriously. You're asking me of the meaning of life. Isn't that a little stereotypical? Well, it's a reasonable question, you persisted. I looked in your eyes, the meaning of life, the reason I made this whole universe is for you to mature. You mean mankind? You want us to mature? No, just you. I made this whole universe just for you. With each new life, you grow and mature and become a larger and greater intellect. Just me? What about everyone else? There is no one else. I said, this universe, there's just you and me. You stared blankly at me. But all the people on Earth, all you, different incarnations of you. Wait, I'm everyone? Now you're getting it. I said. Sorry, I knocked something. Now you're getting it, I said, with congratulatory slap on the back. How low though? How low on the back? And I'm every human ever lived, or who will ever live, yes. Advertisements. I'm Abraham Lincoln, and you're John Wilkes Booth, too, I added. I'm Hitler? You said appalled. And you're the millions he killed. I'm Jesus? And you're everyone who followed him. You fell silent. Every time you victimize someone, I said, you were victimizing yourself. Every act of kindness you've done it to yourself. Every happy and sad moment ever experienced by any humans was or will be experienced by you. Why? You asked me, why do all this? Advertise is such a strong word. I was wondering if someone was gonna notice. Because someday you will become like me, because that's what you are. You're one of my kind. You're my child. Whoa, you said, incredulous. You mean I'm a god? No, not yet. You're a fetus. You're still growing. Once you've lived every human life through all time, you will have grown enough to be born. So the whole universe, you said, is just an egg of sorts. I answer, now it's time for you to move on to your next life. And with that, I send you on your way. That probably means that these two probably have had this conversation like billions of times. Because every time he comes back, he probably asks the same questions. And then he's sent back. At this point, you know, it kind of seems like maybe he's just like trolling him. Like he's tired of saying the same thing over and over and over. Yeah, you're a human. Yeah, you died. Yeah, you're going back. You know, maybe he's just like making up stories. Yeah, you're my son. I'm God. You're my son. You're everyone in planet Earth. It's like he's not gonna remember anywhere, anyways. So why not just have a little bit of fun, I guess? I've always liked this pasta, been in my brain for a while. Really enjoy the idea of being a god and the idea of experiencing everything, but also I don't want to be alone. I think that's the horror of the pasta. At least for me, being through the contest life is horrible. There's no point experiencing everything if I do it alone. There's no point in becoming a god if all my friends and family are in their own persons. I will be so sad. Bro is having like an existential crisis over here, bro. It's not that serious. You can still play video games alone, don't worry. I mean, you're probably alone typing this message on this website in 2024. You were probably alone then and you're probably alone now. It's not that serious, bro. We can be alone together. I like this story. Very interesting. I kind of want to read. I want to read that Skyrim story again. It's like it's in my mind a lot. Why be someone when you can be everyone? I wonder if we can find it. Oh, there's a part 2. This is equal to the Skyrim secret. Bro, we have to read it. Okay, let's read it, the first one and then the second one. Is that okay? It's gonna be a long creepypasta though. But like this is one of like this thing has been in my mind for a while. And now that there's the second one, like I'm more intrigued actually. So let's rush through this one real quick so that you guys can catch up for those who weren't here before. And then we'll read through the second one. Fuku discovering a gold treasure. No, I really like this story, but I didn't know there was a second one. Okay. Here we go. I'm sure all of you have played Skyrim one way or another. We are all Skyrim. Even if you didn't play it by yourself, you played it through me. Because everyone is... We're all everyone. You're all me, and I'm all you. Okay. Here we go. Skyrim Secret, 2014. If there are any Skyrim players on here, beware of the place called Forsfordab Manor. It exists just outside a playable area in the southwestern most end of the map, directly south of Markard. You'll see it on the edge of the mountain as what appears to be clearing with a rectangular white structure at one end. I found it one day while playing around with the console commands on the game. See, I was bored and decided to explore beyond the playable boundary of the game, as developers tend to leave some interesting Easter eggs or unfinished concepts of the great beyond. So I used the command allowing myself to clip through the invisible wall that prevents you from leaving the map and explore around for a bit. For the first hour or so, I didn't really see much besides empty forest and mountain ranges. I did come across the model for what it looked like an early concept of the Falmer, and one of the developers apparently carved his initials into the side of the mountain. But that was really about it. Finally, while appearing the southwest mountain range, I thought I saw what it looked like a structure of the other side. My curiosity piqued. I clambered the mountain with surprising ease and landed in a large grassy yard in front of the enormous white mansion. In front of the mansion was a simple wooden sign that reads, Husfordtarp Manor. The mansion itself was surprisingly low resolution for a game this recent, and lacked a lot of graphical details aside from 2 large rectangular windows on either side of the door, and 4 featureless columns lining the porch. The lawn was also rudimentary, lacking any sorts of decorations or graphical textures, and existing instead as little more than white sea of green. This must have been a planned location that was abandoned early on in development. I entered the mansion, which turned out to be nothing more than a bare frame of the inside. No furniture, lamps, or trophy heads were present to decorate the wood walls. The only decoration this place had was a small podium in the very back wall with a featureless black book resting on it. I approached the book and pressed the prompt to read it, which oddly didn't give the title, it just said read. Though disappointingly, the page was completely blank except for the number 1 in the upper left corner. Placing the book down, I turned to leave, was unexpectedly greeted by an NPC I hadn't seen on the way in. It was a young woman, apparently a Nord, with jet black hair and wearing a long blue gown. She sort of looked like Lydia, but thinner, and with toner longer hair. The woman stood in the center of the mansion, just staring at me, and turned her head and followed me as I walked around her. As I came about with her, she said bluntly, "Well, 'tis temporary. What is here today will be gone tomorrow." I wasn't sure exactly what this meant, Maybe some unrealized quest involving retrieving this woman's stolen gold? I determined there was no more to see here and I left the mansion. This was certainly an interesting find, an entire location and character forgotten in the code of the game, and I had just uncovered them. And speaking of the character, I intended to some point to find that woman's code so I could bring her to the main game and make her marriable. She was kinda hot. Awooga. Unfortunately, this high point will be overridden by a horrible next day. On the way home from work, someone came up behind me and knocked me over, grabbed my wallet out of my pocket and ran off. I didn't see their face, only that they were wearing jeans and a black hoodie. That wasn't really a tremendous help to the police, who said they tried to find the suspect, but without the actual physical description, it'd be difficult. This definitely sucked, even though I can call to cancel my credit card. I had about $80 in that wallet, and I'm darn near broke as it is. For some reason, I couldn't help but recall what woman said in Skyrim. Wealth is temporary, what is here today will be gone tomorrow. I knew it sounded silly, but I couldn't shake the phrase from my mind. Maybe there was a connection? It's staggering again, the stream that it is. Oh, okay. It might have been for a little bit, but it's green now, though. So if you can, just refresh. Okay. I ultimately dismissed this thought as ridiculous. After all, whoever heard of a word that is eating the network cable, shut up. I heard a magic fortune-telling video game. However, I did need some cheering up after this. I fired up Skyrim and decided to return to the Hosfortap Manor. As last time I neglected to find out the mysterious woman's name, which will be helpful if I'm going to hack her code and marry her. After journeying back to the end of the map, bro, that is such a gamer thing to do. It's like your life is ruins. You have no money. They just stole your last $50 and your wallet. And the first thing you want to do when you get home is go into your computer and marry some virtual baddie on a video game. Well, after journeying back to the end of the map and killing a very persistent dragon along with the way, I climbed back over the mountain and reached the mansion. Something was different about it though. The bright white that had clocked the mansion yesterday had now faded into almost dirty white, and the windows were coated in the thin layer of dust, making the view inside slightly translucent. I approached it anyways and stepped inside. To my surprise, the woman had seemingly undergone a change as well. She was a few inches taller, her hair was also a lighter shade than before, and she had more noticeable frown lines. It was almost as if she had aged to some degree. Not that drastically, but she definitely wasn't the hot young 20-something I ran into yesterday. The woman's deep blue gown also looked a bit faded, as though it had aged. As I approached, I noticed that the prompt to talk to her never appeared, making it impossible to know the woman's name. When I looked to face her, she offered a faint smile, coupled with a sly sigh, almost like she was faking being happy to see me. Enjoy what you have, not what you don't. Some rat in a sewer turned a bunch of turtles into ninjas. Okay. Where you get that from? A man works hard for his coin, she said suddenly. But when he ceases to be useful, he's cast away to starve. Great, another cryptic message from an unmemorable NPC of unknown name in a bare house with nothing but a useless book. Disappointed, I left Husfortop Manor for what I intended to be the last time. It was a neat find, but there wasn't anything real of value there. The next day, I was hit with another whammy as I came into work at the corner gas station. My boss pulled me into the office and told me that the place had gone over budget, and he said that he had to let a few of us go, and sadly, a certain someone was among these few. I tried to explain my financial state as well as the little incident yesterday with my wallet, but my boss merely apologized and said that there was nothing he could do, that he simply didn't have enough money to pay me. Whatever that was, crap job anyways. As I walked home, a thought came to me, besides my hatred for my boss, that is. That was twice that the woman in blue had predicted my fate. The other day, she said something about the loss of wealth, right before I got mugged. Then just now mentions workers being cast away. And here I am unemployed the next day. I know I was just dismissed as a thought as silly, but what if a mysterious woman was predicting my future? That night, I decided to show the Easter egg to one of my friends, who had also been trying to explore the outer fringes of Skyrim with no luck. I had explained to him all the weird things that had happened, including being mugged, losing my job, and the cryptic message that predicted both. Dude, that is so weird, my friend said when I told him what happened, though I wasn't sure he fully believed me. I know, I replied, I'm kind of afraid to go back, but maybe I can use this as a heads up from now on. I started up the game and returned the mansion, which was now in even worse shape than yesterday. It looked like the white paint was actually starting to peel off, revealing a stony gray undercoat. Tiny cracks were also beginning to form here and there, if nothing else giving the mansion some texture and personality, albeit an unpleasant one. When I entered, I saw the woman had aged again as well. This time, her hair was beginning to gray, and she had noticeable wrinkles on her face. She looked like she was about her 50s. This time around, her dress was also beginning to tatter and lose its color. Hag alert, wee-oo. I thought you said she was a young woman, my friend said. She was last time. She ages every time you visit the house. I replied. My friend was confused by this, and with good reason, seeing as how NPCs in the game don't age. As I approached, the woman exhaled and her face almost looked sad. Your home is your sanctuary, and you do all you can to preserve it, she spoke. But what happens when others aren't as responsible? Her tone sounded very melancholy. You hear that? I asked my friend in an alarmed tone. I didn't hear her say anything, dude. He said when she opened her mouth, all I heard was static. He's the only one who can hear it. Why is this getting sad? You'll see. I packed up my computer in a hurry, ran out of the door as fast as I could, and tore down the streets towards my apartment. Maybe we could get some home in time to stop whatever was going to happen. Just because the game predicted it doesn't mean it's happening yet, right? There still might be time. I thought to myself, there might still be time. I didn't need to get close to see the flames. What used to be my apartment building was not a glowing orange inferno. Firemen were already at the scene attempting to quell the fire, but it wouldn't be enough to salvage my burning home. Speechless, I could do nothing but look in despair at my room, crumbling and falling to pieces before my eyes. I'm gonna have to ask you to stand back, sir, one of the firemen ordered me. What the heck happened? I cried. One of the residents left their stove on gas spread into the air. We think that they went to light the cigarette and the entire room went in flames. The fireman explained. Did you live in here? I nodded. At the fireman apologized and offered the condolences. I didn't know what to think. On the one hand, I was glad I wasn't inside the apartment. Thanks to the discovery of the Easter egg, however, I had lost everything I owned in that fire, all except my laptop and this copy of Skyrim. Luckily, my friend let me stay at his place for a while, so at least I had a roof over my head. For the next week or so, I focused on trying to find another job, so I could rent a new apartment room, yet I was having no luck whatsoever. I told my girlfriend, Susan, the whole situation, from the mugging to me getting fired to my apartment burning down. However, I did leave out the part about the Skyrim fortune teller, as she is neither a gamer nor a superstitious. Susan was overcome with sympathy towards my situation and offered to talk to her boss to see if I could get a job where she works. She really is a one of a kind, I thought to myself. I never understood, by the way, why didn't he just went to live with Susan if they're like a couple? It's like he preferred to live with the homie instead. I never understood that part. Maybe it's like against religion or something to live together. I don't know, before marriage, or maybe they weren't that close. Of course, bros before who? That's the rule. Of course, they still put out what must have been age of applications that day. Just to be safe afterwards, I was mentally exhausted and ready to get lost in my video games once again. I decided not to visit Hosford Trap this time though. I just needed a normal session of escapist fantasy to relax my mind. All was going well for a bit. I took on a few random quests, raided a bandit camp, and brought down a few bears. Then mysteriously a courier approached me in the forest. Oh bro, imagine it like reaches the NPCs trying to reach you. Oh gosh. He did his usual bit about having a letter for my hands only, and then handed me a note called Skyrim Note 367. This was made especially bizarre by the fact that I was in the wilderness when this happened, and typically couriers only hand you messages in cities. Regardless, I decided to read the odd note. I pulled up my inventory, opened the note, and saw that it only had one sentence: do not come back. This had to have been from the woman in blue, and I understood why. Each visit causes her to age, and we both knew that eventually she will be aged to death. Be that as it may, this woman had a gift that could mean the difference between life and death for me. If her predictions could help me prevent possible disasters, I needed to note them regardless of the consequences to her. The needs of a flesh and blood human being are above those of an artificial intelligence. Sentient or not, I was definitely going back to the manor. I decided to immediately head for Hutsford after all. Reaching the edge of the map, I entered the console command and scaled out of bounds mountain until I reached the mansion, which was now almost completely dilapidated. One of the support columns had fallen over, littering the front porch with rubble. The window had all now been busted out, revealing an interior that was dusty and riddled with cracks. The exterior of the house was also checkered with spider webs, their inhabitants eyeing me cautiously. The woman inside, as usual, aged along with the house, but a bit more drastically this time. Her head had turned completely white, her face was heavily wrinkled, and she was beginning to hunch over. She looked like she was in her late 60s or early 70s. Her blue gown had now faded into more of a bluish gray and was literally littered with rips and tears. As soon as she saw me, the woman outstretched her hands in protest and shook her head. Her face conveying a look of both fear and desperation. However, she did not back away or run, as though she was fixed to one spot in the middle of the room. I approached the woman in defiance of her protest, causing her to lower the arms and hang her head on the feet. Love is powerful feeling. The woman choked down, her eyes glassy as though she was about to cry. But it is fragile in this chaotic world, which shows no mercy to even the closest of lovers. My heart dropped. The person I loved the more than anyone was Susan. We'd been going out for 3 years. Oh yeah, and yeah, they've been going out for a while. Why didn't they just live together? And we are practically perfect for each other. If anything had happened to her, it would destroy me. I slammed my laptop shut, grabbed the keys to my friend's car, who luckily was asleep, and floored it to Susan's house. During my drive, I could only pray that I would get to her in time. I had waited several days to return to Fukustar. What if I already found it out too late? Arriving at my girlfriend's house, I could see through the window that her kitchen light was on. Good, I thought. At least she was home. I approached the door and pounded it several times. No answer. Susan, are you there? I called, my voice shaky from sheer terror. After a few seconds, I knocked again, my strikes louder and more frantic this time. Susan, please open the door. I called again, pounding furiously, to which there was no response. I was mortified now. Unable to waste another second, I rammed the door as hard as I could with my shoulder. Once and then a second time, finally I charged full force at the door, causing it to give way. I hurried to the kitchen, only to find that my worst fear had come true. I was too late. The love of my life lay motionless on the kitchen floor, her mouth dripping foam and her head lying on the puddle of blood. I knew Susan was an epileptic. She clearly had an episode and hit her head on the kitchen table. Another reason why they should be living together, so he can take care of her. Yeah, I remember being pissed about this part because it made no sense for them not to live together. I literally felt my soul shattering to a million pieces. Not able to remove my gaze from the body of my girlfriend, I staggered forward and fell to my knees. If I had been here just a few minutes earlier, she may still be alive. I lifted Susan's head out of the puddle of blood and held her to my chest, sobbing uncontrollably. At that moment, I wanted nothing more than her to reach out and hug me back. In a way, I died that night as well. Nearly a week had passed since my girlfriend's death, yet the horrible night still burned fresh in my mind. Why wasn't I quick enough? Why hadn't I gone received the woman's predictions earlier? I just couldn't bear this guilt any longer. No matter which way you look at it, Susan's death was my fault. Advertisements. Or was it? That fortune teller had to know for some time that this would happen. Yet she wasted all the valuable time on far more trivial predictions. I could have lived without the $80 stolen from me, or that crap job of mine. Heck, even my apartment could have been replaced. But Susan was my love, my soulmate. I had plans to marry her one day, yet this woman, she chose to tell me the least important fortunes first. Knowing what would eventually happen, had she revealed Susan's fate from the get-go, or even informed me in her note, that she hacked the game to send me, no less. I could have saved my girlfriend. This was all her fault. Is inform me a word? No, that was a misspelling, I guess. Hastily booting up my laptop, I could see nothing but red. I was gonna kill her. I was gonna bust down the mansion door and break her old body with the strongest weapon my character had. When the game loaded, I was at the very far end of the map, as far away from Huster as I could be. Plant me wherever you want on the map, biche. It won't save you. I barreled through the land faster than I thought my character could, mowing down any unlucky AI enemy that crossed my path. Nothing was going to get in my way. My mind was fixated. I could think of nothing more than avenging my girlfriend's death. The forest and halls of Skyrim flew past my vision in a blur of color. I literally stopped for nothing. At last, I reached the mansion, which had completely collapsed into a pile of unrecognizable rubble now. And equipped my warhammer. I was just itching to bash the old woman's brains in. I ducked under the fallen beams and clambered over the piles of collapsed marble to find the woman in her usual position, in the center where the building would be. This time she was older than I'd ever seen a human being. She was hunched and trembling, looking like she was hardly able to stand up. Her arms looked more like skin stretched over bones. Her hair was nothing more than these thin wisps of white, and her gown existed simply as rag strips draped over her crippled form. To be honest, the woman looked barely alive at all. In this moment, my rage and hatred gave way to almost pity. Her advanced age was clearly putting her in a great deal of pain. I put away my hammer and just stood there at a loss for what to do. You came back, the old woman breathed in what was little more than a loud whisper. Why did you come back? Why couldn't you stay away? I could tell she was sad, but simply too exhausted to convey it. At this time, a moment of clarity came over me. I fully understood for the first time that this woman was not a simple mindless AI acting out of programming, but rather a living, a thinking being who existed within the game. I didn't know where she came from, or where put her there, but there she was, nevertheless. What are you talking about? I caught myself asking aloud. The woman, almost as if she had heard me, raised a trembling arm to point to the book at the back of the mansion. I was confused. The last time I looked at the book, it was blank except for a single number. What would be different now? Still, I found myself overcome by curiosity. I opened the odd book once more. To my surprise, the contents of the book had completely changed. Rather than one simple number, there were now the numbers 1 through 5 running down the page, each with a different symbol by it. The first symbol was the Skyrim Thieves Guild, second was Silhouette of the Beggar, the third was the Burning House, the fourth of a Broken Heart, and the fifth entry blank. Wait, if this place knew my future, why was the final entry blank? Then a horrific realization hit me. What if the woman in blue wasn't predicting my future after all? What if my bases here were actually causing all those things to happen? They did seem to be to happen very shortly after speaking to the woman in blue. Yes, it all makes sense now. The woman wasn't at fault, she was simply the messenger of whatever was responding to the atrocities of plaguing me. Yet I had to hear her message for them to take effect. That's why she never wanted me to return here. She knew that my visits will eventually lead to Susan's death, and tried to stop me, but I just wouldn't listen. Now my girlfriend was dead, and my life was in shambles because of my arrogance and stupidity. Shaken, I closed the book and turned to leave, only to see a horrifying sight. The woman was dead, and her body was completely decayed. She honestly looked like a drawer with non-gray rags thrown over it. Clutched in her skeletal hand was a small note, which I dared not to read, for I knew what it would say. This manor had taken everything from me, and now there was only one thing left I could take. Terrified and still furious, I switched the computer off, ripped out the game disc, and tossed it in the trash, ensuring the manor's final curse went under-delivered. Nearly a month has passed since I threw the game away. I am completely broke now and still without a job. My friend's sense of charity is gone and kicked me out, and I have no family who can take me in, so now I'm completely alone. The only possessions I have now are the clothes in my bag and my laptop, which I intend to sell after I type this, so that I can finally get some fresh food for one. I still have no explanation for what happened to me, or where Husfortap Manor came from in the first place. All I know is that there is a forces in this world that we can't begin to understand, and when tampered with, they will destroy us. I had to learn this lesson the hard way, and I hope that none of you make the same mistake I did. If you happen across the mansion in your game, do not enter it, and do not speak of the woman in blue. As for me though, I will always revile that place for what it did to me. Every night when I go to sleep, I thought with the idea of going to the landfill and finding a copy of Skyrim, so that I can return to Husfortap Manor and receive its last message. After everything Husfortap has taken from me, maybe now it could finally give me something. Peace. Well, the thing is that your game data lives in your computer, so it doesn't matter if you throw away the disk. It's not writing your data in the disk. Your data is in your computer. The disk is just to play the game. Skyrim Secret by Sean Blevins. I want the same person to write the second one though. So Sean Blevins. Let's see. Is it made by Sean Blevins though? Oh, it is. Okay. Now I'm interested. Okay, so this is the second part now. Very interesting story. I want to see what happens now. Pure orange juice on the computer and the game data will reset for us. Well, nowadays the data also uploads to Steam, so no, I'm just kidding. I guess it would in this case though, because it's a disc. A disc game. Okay. You guys ready? Any thoughts before we continue? Any thoughts about the previous one? What do you guys thought about it? Do you guys like it or nah? Was it not interesting for you? Let's see. Just checking out some things real quick. Yep. It's really interesting, but it's reminding me of that one movie. Which movie? What movie? Okay, here we go. By the way, reading all these creepypastas, it only makes me want to play that game that we played last time. The I'm Not a Human game. It makes me want to play that game for whatever reason. Maybe we might play it a little more. I forgot the name, but movie was basically saying these people know they are going to die, but when they try to change it, it ended up becoming true. I wonder what movie that is. Okay, here we go. Sometimes in life, you have certain experiences that completely twist your perspective of reality. Things that you think could only happen in pure fantasy. Turns out the most sobering truths ever to hit you, this is what happens to me. Heck. To everyone the events recounted in these paragraphs will be among the most trying that human race had ever experienced. And I was caught smack dab in the middle. This guy is a really good writer. I wonder if he wrote any more. Like I want to see more of him actually. I guess I just start from the beginning. I was in my senior year of high school and had just finished a lengthy research paper for my AP physics class. Yeah, it was about as fun as it sounds. And was mentally drained for the night. So I decided to unwind by visiting one of the regulars online hands, a YouTube channel called Fukustar. Just kidding. Egg Beaters. Egg Beaters feature an eccentric video game nerd Jeff Crumb who would look for Easter eggs in games and also debunked popular video game myths of a lot of things he found were actually pretty cool. Tonight's episodes looked especially interesting. It was entitled The Curse of Skyrim, True or False? Being a huge Elder Scrolls fan, the title alone captivated me. I clicked on the video as the usual flash intro played with the loud rock music and various action clips. No one really does any intros anymore, do they? Like welcome to game theory and stuff like that. You know how they YouTubers used to do intros? Now it's always just like, hey, what's up guys, welcome, or something like that. You know, the typical theatrics for this type of thing. Then Crumb came on, seemingly wired on caffeine, as always, and wearing his rather large glasses and tacky bow tie, his horribly unkempt blonde hair almost blending in with tie-dye background. Hey, what's wrong with bow ties? Hey, wait a minute. What's wrong with bow ties? I think people still do. You do, most definitely. Well, yeah, but like I'm all old-fashioned, I guess. I'm that kind of old-fashioned, I suppose. Hello, everyone. Welcome. I'm Fukustar, your host, the Fortune Star. Today we're gonna be reading creepypastas. Jeff Crumb was quite the character, alright. He used to be a pretty radical environmental activist, once protesting a company in New York for not using all fluorescent light bulbs in their offices. Another time he even tried, unsuccessfully of course, to get a petition signed banning the use of gasoline in cars in favor of clean ethanol fuel. To be honest, his antics just served to hurt his cause. I think he actually just got on people's nerves more than he made any real progress. Then out of nowhere he dropped his eco craze and started taking an interest in video games, which led to his creation, the Egg Beaters. That's actually a really cute name. The Curse of Skyrim, True or False. Crumb began by repeating the title. Undoubtedly, most of you have read recent creepypasta Skyrim Secrets, detailing a supposedly cursed Easter egg hidden in the game's outer reach. This secret location, known as the Husfortarp Manor, is alleged to house a mysterious woman in blue gown who delivers a harrowing fate to the player upon visitation. According to the story, the fate she hands down in the game will occur in real life shortly after. I love how like we're breaking the fourth wall. It's like he wrote the previous story and now he's writing this story, which is talking about the previous story. It's like talking about the creepypasta itself. The curse seems to get progressively worse with each visit and appears to follow a pattern, each doling out of more meaningful loss. Loss of wealth, loss of work, loss of home, loss of love or a loved one, and finally loss of life. Now to this day, no one has actually proven Husfortarp's existence. Though many claim that one of the overhead map, you can see a rectangular white structure on the side of the mountain, directly south of Marquette, which some believe to be the manor, and of course there are rumors flying around the internet about how the manor has actually killed people, but so far Husfortarp remains just an urban legend. He's talking in 4-dimensional. This is like more like 5th dimensional. Because like the 4th dimension was the previous one. Now we're speaking about the previous one. From this is like breaking so many barriers. It's like we are a viewer who is watching a YouTube channel who is talking about the creepypasta from the previous story. There's like a triple layer. I like the way this guy writes. He's a good writer, bro. He's actually really good. This is a good writer. Well, I've decided to finally put the myth to rest, Crumb continued. Over the next day or so, I'm going to explore the alleged site of the mysterious mansion and see if there's any truth to the tales of their own. I'll let you all know what I find in my next video. For Egg Beaters, this is Jeff Crumb signing off. Bro, if it was something like this serious, I'd be like streaming it instead of making videos about it. Like, what if you die midway? I don't know. I'd heard of this one before. In the original story, some poor guy discovered the mansion and slowly began to eat away at his life until he ended up homeless and welcoming of the final curse. Now, I'm pretty sure that this was just a made-up tale, though I will have no way to prove it myself because apparently you need the console command to reach the mansion, and I only have a Skyrim for the PlayStation 3. Imagine being saved by having no games. Yes, I have suffered the infamous RAM lag. Besides, most of these urban legends and creepypastas are just fictional stories. Which would this one be any different? interesting way of getting out of the fire, I guess. In class the next day, my AP physics teacher completely busted my balls. He failed my paper for not citing my source properly. I had all the information, but I didn't indent the second line of each source. Like that was a big effing deal. Of course, being the kind soul that my teacher was, instead of just marking off the few points, he flunked me for the whole thing. Suffice to say, I hated AP Physics with every fiber of my being. Bro, imagine being a teacher in 1996 and your biggest worry is that your students are not citing the correct sources. Poor little soul. What a summer child those professors were back then. Now they have to like fight AI and so many other things. After class, I knew I needed to cool down. I decided to pull out my phone and check Egg Beaters once again, and immediately saw that Chrome had a new video up. Skyrim Secret Found. The new video was only posted just this morning, yet had already amassed over 1,000 viewers. Intrigued, I clicked the video to see Chrome a bit more ecstatic than usual, if that was at all possible. Fighting the brain rot? Yeah, it's probably terrible nowadays, huh? Like, I don't even know how... I guess you can still test people by just, like, making them write an essay as a test. And, like, just, like, right in front of the class. But, like, man... It must be terrible reading a handwritten essay by a student nowadays. Can you imagine the type of brain rot they put down? It's like, Google said that. Oh my gosh. I almost want to become a teacher just to read it and laugh. Hello everyone, Jeff Crumb here for the Egg Beaters. But with some exciting news. In my last video, I said I will debunk the urban legend of Husfortrap Manor in Skyrim. Well, just last night, I found out that the mysterious mansion actually exists, just like its origin story says it does. The Crumb showed the footage of himself climbing over the mountain and dropping into the courtyard of Husfortop. I still don't know how to say Husfortap Manor. Husfortap Manor. Its bare low-res facade staring down intimidatingly at the camera as its wooden sign waved gently in the breeze. Excuse me. So as you can see, here's the mansion exactly the way it's described in the story. Crumb carried on. Let me just step inside here. Sorry about the long loading screen. My system was acting funky yesterday for some reason. Dang thing crashed twice right before I got to the mountain. Okay, here we go. Now you can see the mansion of the completely bare on the inside except for the ominous black book. Let's jaunt up here and read it, shall we? He opened the book and sure enough, there was only a small number. 1 at the top of the corner. However, if the real Easter egg followed the story, this will soon change. Alright, there's a mysterious book. Crumb continued. Now I bet if I turn around, bam, there she is. There in the center of the room stood an infamous woman in blue, the deliverer of the supposed curse that plagued the mansion. Yet, I can see why the guy in the creepypasta was smitten with her. She was quite beautiful. Bro, like I really wonder what... Is there like artwork of this woman? Like I wanna see how she looks. With her smooth pale skin and flowing black hair, Crumb directed his avatar to walk past the woman whose head turned to follow him. As he came to level to her, she uttered her famous line. The truck. Wealth is temporary. What is here today will be gone tomorrow, the woman stated. So I thought I saw her mutter something else inaudibly, but I couldn't make out what it was. She looked slightly angry. Uh-oh, hear that everyone? Guess we'll better watch out our wallets, Scrum joke, clearly skeptical about the Husfartar powers. I'll keep coming back to the matter to see if anything within changes, and I'll post what I find in the future videos. For Egg Beaters, this is Jeff Crumb, signing off. So, this Easter was real after all. Now this was cool. As for his mystical powers, it was misfortune. However, I was skeptical as Scrum. I never believed the whole Oogie Boogie stuff. But still, it was a pretty big deal that the mansion actually did exist. After all, the buzz passed around about it. Excited, I decided to share the video on Facebook to my friends, who were a bunch of Elder Scroll nuts just like me. The near future, I will come to regret that decision. When I got home, my parents and sisters were huddled around the television, all of them bearing a look of concern in their faces. Curious, I dropped my bag and came to take a look. What I saw shocked me. For those of you just tuning in, the United States Department of Defense has uncovered what they describe as one of the most devastating economic crimes in the nation's history. The news anchor reported early today hundreds of thousands of bank accounts were hacked into. Oh no! Everyone who watched the video! Their content completely purged. Investigators are unsure of the identity of the culprits or the means they used to pull off this cyber heist. But they do know that this was done with the absolute precision by a professional or a team of professionals, and it is not specific to any one bank's chain. My heart nearly stopped. Was there a connection of the Horsford manor after all? Granted, I love how that was his first idea, instead of believing that it was just some hacker. Granted, only a few thousand people watched the original YouTube video. But what about everyone who shared it on social media to their friends? I started to have second thoughts about my skeptical outlook. This was just too sudden to just be a coincidence. I thought my parents were going to have a heart attack when they checked their accounts, only to find them completely empty. Along with mine and my sister Emily's, of course, they all have my on Facebook, and I just shared that video like an idiot, so I basically effed my entire family out of our money. Heart pounding, I darted to the room, pulled up the Facebook, and hurriedly deleted the video to stop it from spreading. Then I went to YouTube to look the Crumb's email. He always posts his contact info in the description tab as a conceited attempt to receive personal compliments. I sent Crumb an email explaining the bank hack that had just occurred and that I thought it was linked to Husford tab. I also warned him not to post any more videos or visit the manor again. Okay, I thought hopefully he'll get the message and this is as far as he'll go. I love how you think a YouTuber is gonna listen to some child on the internet. That night I was unable to get sleep. What if Crumb didn't heed my warning? Or even if he did, what if one of my friends discovers the manor on their own and posts the footage? I knew now not to never watch it, surely, to repost, but everyone did, not to mention sometimes videos on Facebook autoplay, meaning they'll play whether you click on them or not. I was afraid that one way or another, this was going to get out. Then, as I was laying there pondering, I saw a familiar face on the other side of the bedroom window, which was on the second floor, by the way. Peering in at me with the one hand placed firmly in the glass was the woman in blue? In real life? I jumped in a fraction of a second, grabbed my flashlight and shone at the window, but by the time I did, she was gone. I wasn't imagining this. She was there, staring right at me. I opened the window and looked out, but still saw nothing, except one of the neighbor's dogs giving me a weird look. Shaking, I closed the window, put the flashlight up and collapsed into bed. This experience didn't help my insomnia much. The next day, I just sort of vegetated through my classes. Having not gotten any sleep last night, I barely remember any of it. It's just sort of blur of science, calculus, and history. And I think there was a fire in the home, but two guys may have just tripped and fell. That's how out of it was. I was. That afternoon, when I got home, I found my sister in the kitchen, attempting to comfort my parents, who had a look utter despair on their faces. Guys, what happened? I asked. We lost our jobs. Dad stated. My company filed bankruptcy and had to lay everyone off. Same thing happened to me. Mom said that the same disparity. Did this happen today? Amazon just laid off 30,000 employees. No, it couldn't be, could it? I switched on the television, turned on the local news, and sure enough, there it was, the bottom of the screen. Rampant job layoffs swept the country. That son of a bitch. I told Crumb to stop posting these videos, but he didn't listen. Now someone close to my parents' bosses must have shared the video to them, causing the company to go bankrupt and everyone who worked there lose their jobs. These videos are the beginning to affect people who didn't even watch them. Oh, he's losing his mind. Maybe it's just a coincidence, I don't know. I stayed downstairs to support my folks, though I was just worried as they were about on their well-being. We now had no money coming in. First of all, our bank's accounts got hacked. Then Mom and Dad lose their jobs. We were screwed. Later that night, I dialed up Crumb to give him a piece of my mind. I was seething with anger. This guy messed up our lives due to his sheer negligence. I punched his number so hard into my phone I half expected the screen to crack. The phone rang once, then twice, 3 times, then voicemail as expected. Crumb, I shouted into my phone. You have to stop posting those videos of Fukustar Manor. Do you hear me? The curse is real. I swear to God I'm not making this up. All of my family's bank account got hacked and my parents lost their jobs because of their videos. I sent you an email yesterday which obviously didn't read. So now I'm telling you where you can ignore me. Stop posting those videos. Then I hung up, slammed my phone on my desk and collapsed in my chair. I didn't know what to do now. I could tell my family about the curse, but honestly, would they believe me? Why would your parents be watching videos about Skyrim? Even if so, what good would it do? If other people watching the video now affected what happened to us, and Crumb was going to ignore my pleas, there wasn't much I could do. I had to think of something though. I couldn't just let my family lives fall apart right before my eyes. Emotionally exhausted from yet another devastating day, I drifted in an uncomfortable sleep right there and then in my computer chair. When I opened my eyes, something was immediately different. I couldn't see the light on my computer desk, or any light for that matter, except for the gleam from the moons outside the window. Wait, moons? As in plural? That couldn't be right, yet there was no mistaking. The white and red orbs staring back at me through the large window. But how could this be? The only place I knew of that had 2 moons and was Temreal. More specifically, Skyrim. I held my breath and prayed I wasn't there where I thought I was. Let me be in Jorvask with the companions, I thought, or the College of Winterhold. Please just let me be anywhere except where I realized when I was turned around in Husfordorp Manor. Even the dim lighting, there was no mistaking. Husfordorp interior, its bare wood frame, its white featureless single room, and its plain black book in the back of the room that recorded what ill fates befell those who visited this place. Yet as I looked around the room, I saw no sign of fear. Good, as long as I didn't speak to her, I wouldn't be cursed. I hurried towards the large wooden door at the front of the manor and attempted to pull it open, but to no avail. I twisted the doorknob, frantically trying to get the door open, but it was unfortunately locked. Then a flash of lighting lit up the door's window, and I saw a reflection behind me that made me freeze solid. It was hair, The woman in blue in her young form. I turned around to see her in the position in the center of the room. She stared through me with a look of horror and appeared visibly shaken. Her mouth trembled as if she was trying to say something, but no words came out. She stood muttering for about 5 seconds and then reached her hands towards me. Josephine, the woman screamed in a shrill tone that sounded like death itself, aging each second of the cry until finally she decayed into a rotten corpse, not unlike the one described at the end of the Skyrim secret. As her body fell to the ground, her skull snapped off and rolled towards me, her empty eye sockets looking up at me and staring through my soul. The mansion then shook and fell down all around me, and a large beam of wood fell right on top of me. I shot awake almost out of breath and looked around to see only my bedroom, warmly illuminated by the desk lamp. Of course it was all a dream, but it felt so real. But for some reason I couldn't help thinking, what was the significance of that woman? Shouted Josephine. Curious, I booted up the computer and ran a search for the name, along with various other paranormal keywords. I scrolled for a while through various irrelevant links until I came across an article that caught my eye. The article included a photograph of a woman who looked exactly like the woman in blue. Pulling it up, I found that the woman's name Josephine Palmer. According to the article, Josephine was born in 1896 and was a third-generation citizen of the United States. Her family having immigrated from Norway, she was known by the townspeople as the Blue Lady. For her tendency to always wear a deep royal blue gown, it was believed by her house servants that Josephine was a member of a small cult that worshipped a deity named Ucheldig. What the heck? Who's this? Let's see. Patron of misfortune and strife. Is it a real deity? Ucheldig was infamous for cursing non-believers for no other reason than his personal amusement. This guy is unironically the anti-fortune star. What the heck? What the heck is this story becoming, bro? Was this written for me? In 1921, on the night of her 25th birthday, Josephine committed suicide in her bedroom by drinking poison. Clutched in her hand was a note to her family detailing her motives. She had killed herself in order to appeal the Ucheldig, who she claimed had promised to cure her infant daughter tuberculosis if Josephine took her own life, and pledged her servitude to him in the hereafter. Mysteriously, the servant who tended to the baby noticed that her symptoms had vanished later that day. This was all starting to make sense now. Oh. So she gave her life for eternity to save her child. Suddenly, the signature ping of my email interrupted my train of thought. Odd. Who was emailing me so late at night? It's gonna be Crumb. Pulling my account, I was surprised to see the message that came from Jeff Crumb's address. I guess my heated voicemail got through him. I opened the mail and immediately my screen was engulfed with a video player. The video that popped up scared me out of my skin. It showed me footage of Crumb's avatars entering Hosford Tower Manor and speaking to Josephine, who was late middle-aged by this point. This was a sign of the third curse, loss of home. The scary part was before the video opened, I got a glimpse of the message's details. It was allegedly sent to multiple recipients. Oh, he's sending it on purpose now. I desperately attempted to close the video, but to no avail. The email must have contained a virus preventing it from controlling the computer or shutting it down, for that matter. Your home is a sanctuary, Josephine spoke at full volume as I had a near panic attack, and you do all you can to preserve it. But what happens when others aren't responsible? After the message was delivered, my computer completely shut off. What the heck are you doing here? Emily opened my door, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. We have to get her out of here now. I told her in a panic. What are you talking about? She responded. I don't have time to explain. Just go and wake up at Mom and Dad and tell them we have to get out. Emily sauntered downstairs to Mom and Dad's bedrooms while I waited anxiously. I wasn't leaving without my family. What was going to happen to us, though? According to the curse, we will lose our home, and due to someone's irresponsibility, but none of us did anything to endanger our home. Did we? Unlike the kid in the creepypasta, there's no one else living here, so what could it be? As I ran through the scenarios in my head, Mom and Dad came around the corner looking irritated and groggy. From inging horror to predicting life and death. Yes. You want to explain to me why we're having our sister wake us up at 6 o'clock in the morning Saturday, and Dad demanded. I can't right now. We just have to get out of the house before. My sentence was interrupted by a loud boom from outside, followed by a low, intense rumbling. I ran to the window and looked outside, just in time to see the mass of water slam into our house, which crashed through the windows and knocked me backwards. Disoriented, I attempted to regain my bearings, but could barely see in front of my face the murky brown depths. Following my instincts, I swam upwards, pushing past the debris and furniture, until I surfaced at about the level my room would be. Grabbing hold of the large piece of drywall, I called for my family. I found them holding to various chunks of the house further down the regroup with them. As we floated, we noticed other survivors had managed to escape the wreckage. From them, we learned that the nearby dam had burst, causing the entire river to flood our neighborhood. One of the maintenance crew must have neglected to notice a crack in the dam, and that's what caused the burst. Eventually, the National Guard flew and airlifted us to a sanctuary, where we learned that several disasters like this had happened around the world, each a different case of catastrophe due to human negligence. House fires started by lit cigarettes, bombs accidentally detonated by a country or another military, faulty construction. Getting sleepy. Faulty construction sites toppling and taking out nearby homes, you name it. Basically, anywhere in the world you looked, it was one thing or another. I couldn't believe Crumb. How could he do this to innocent people? Of course, as I thought about it, the possibility crossed my mind that he wasn't even responsible at all. For all I knew, he received the final curse a long time ago, and now Hildig was using his account to spread the recorded videos. Whoever was responsible for this, I knew I had to put a stop to it, though I didn't know how. Crumb's address was the one piece of personal information that he didn't irresponsibly disclose to billions of people on the internet. So I had no idea how to find him. I had to do something, though I was running out of time. One thing I don't understand, Dad suddenly spoke up, breaking my train of thought. How did you know that this was going to happen? That's what I've been wondering, concurred Emily. Alright, you know what? F it. You all deserve the truth. I didn't have the energy to think up a lie. I didn't even care if they believed me or not. I told my family everything about Horsford Tarp Manor, from the curses of to Crumb to Josephine Palmer. I laid it all out for them, and how if someone didn't stop this soon, people were going to start dying. Fast. To my surprise, none of them rolled their eyes or looked at me like I was nuts. They just listened. You all probably think I'm crazy. I stated at the end of my story. Sweetie, after all the weird things that happened the past couple of days, my mom answered, I'd believe just about anything. Dad and Emily nodded in agreement. Despite the urgency to stop the curses, I knew that none of us could do it in our current state of exhaustion, so we each grabbed a cot and settled for a much-needed, if uncomfortable, sleep. As I drifted off, I suddenly felt a cold breeze lash my body. Opening my eyes, I saw I was now on a tall mountain, overlooking a vast winterland, with snow blowing past me in a sharp wind. Turning around, I was met by a great ancient structure built into the peak of the mountain staring down at me. I recognized where I was immediately. I was on high Rotogar, Skyrim's highest peak. As I stared up in awe at the structure, I heard a familiar female voice to my right. Even though it's been my person for so long, Josephine said, trudging through the snow towards me, smiling. I must admit, this game is quite impressive. Is this real? I asked. It depends on what your definition of real is. She replied. The woman in blue always did speak in riddles. How are you able to talk to me here? I asked. Aren't you bound to Husford Manor? The passage of time has allowed me to build up in my strength, Josephine replied. I've managed to escape a Heldig's custody, and now I realize I made a horrible mistake by selling my soul to him. I want to try to make things right if I can. She extended her arms and words appeared into the snow, much like the glyphs do when the graybeards teach you to shout. Only this time, they spelled out an address. 1743 Oak Drive, Topeka, Kansas. This could only be Jeff Crumb's address. We're gonna kill him or something? Excuse me. I'm choosing to help you because I believe you cannot do what must be done. Josephine spoke. Don't prove me wrong. But what do I do when I started to my sentence was interrupted by the most horrible noise I'd ever heard echoing across the winds. It sounded almost like a human shout combined with a roar of a lion. Heldig, Josephine exclaimed. He's not escaped, and he's coming. You have to go now. Don't waste a single second. Go. I sat up in my cot, heart pounding, looking out the shelter's many windows. I noticed the sun was already up. Immediately walking my parents and Emily, I told them of my dream, and I had my address revealed within it. The four of us left the sanctuary, lying that we had relatives we could stay with. I wandered into the nearby town. My God, the place was literally looked as though a twister had hit it. Buildings were ripped to shreds, debris and abandoned vehicles littered the streets, and stray dogs were seen scouring the wreckage, looking for any scraps, food they could find. It was like something out of a disaster movie. Before long, we came across the abandoned SUV. With the keys still in the ignition, the engine worked, and it had half of a tank. This is becoming like Tarkov or something. We're like suddenly like surviving, stealing cars and putting gas in them. The engine worked and it had half a tank of gas, so we took it. My father entered 1743 Oak Drive into the vehicle's GPS, and we were off. We drove for quite a long time through the Great Plains of the Midwest. Every once in a while, I would catch glimpses of distant towns devastated by various disasters, and on occasion, an army transport carrying survivors would pass us. So this Crumb guy, my dad said after a while, you think he's doing this, on purpose? I don't know, I answered. I'm not even sure if he's still alive. Well, if he is, he won't be once I'm through with him, my dad half joked, making the rest of us chuckle. Such a dad joke. Such a casual dad joke to just want to kill someone. What a Sunday joke, bro. We drove in silence for a little while before the skyline of Topeka revealed itself to us in the distance. Of course, there was some obvious damage, but the city still looked reasonably intact. About time, my mom breathed in relief. Right as we started to celebrate, however, the GPS began to sputter and lose its image. Just a pun in the middle of a horror story? Yeah, basically. What the heck is wrong with this thing? Dad asked. Tapping the screen, the image continued to flicker and distort until it displayed a new image. Immediately recognized Husford Manor, I sprang out of my seat and tried to turn the GPS off. To no avail. Cover your ears now, I shouted. My dad slammed on the brakes and we all shielded our ears. Through my hands, I heard Josephine's fourth message, loss of love, very muffled. However, I could still make out the words, love is powerful feeling, but it's so fragile the chaotic world, which shows no mercy to even the closest of lovers. I attempted to hum a song to drown it out, maybe it will negate the effect. Finally, there was a silence. We all removed our hands from our ears and noticed that the GPS was back to normal. That immediately put the car back in drive and continued down the road. We started off at normal speed, but I began to notice that we were gradually speeding up. Louis, slow down a bit, honey. Mom said. That didn't respond. The car continued to decelerate. Dad, slow down. We don't need to get there that fast, Emily said, a little scared again. Dad said nothing. Louis stopped the dang car. Mom shouted. The vehicles now going fast to the outside world now simply looked like a unrecognizable blur of colors. Dad, stop, I yelled. Looking in the rearview mirror, I saw the lifeless, empty expression of my father's face and knew he was in the fault. It got us. Knowing better than to remove my seatbelt, I attempted to pull Dad's leg off the gas pedal from the backseat, while Mom tried to wrestle the steering wheel from him. Dad pushed us off and then floored it, jerking the rest of us back to the seat. Look out, Mom shrieked. I only caught a glimpse of the tree before the car slammed into full force and I blacked out. After some time, I opened my eyes and raised up my head. My forehead was wet with what I knew to be blood. Looking into the front of the car, I did not need to guess the fate of my parents. The front end of the car was completely crushed and blood was seeping through the seats. I gasped in shock and devastation, barely able to breathe, and began shouting through tears. Then I heard the low moaning in the seat next to me. Emily began to move. Emily, I gasped. Using a chunk of broken glass to cut off the seatbelt and mine, I dragged my sister from the wreckage of the car into the grass. She slowly came to and sat up to notice the car. Mom, Dad, she muttered, standing up. Emily darted towards the car, though I caught her before she could get close. Mommy, Daddy, Emily cried, bawling uncontrollably. Emily, they're gone, I said, holding onto her tightly as I could. We both stood there in an embrace of several minutes. We couldn't believe it. We couldn't believe something like this will just happen. Standing there, I wished more than anything that this whole experience was just a horrible nightmare that I will wake up from. But I knew better. After a few minutes, I said the most difficult sentence of my life. We have to go, I said through sobs, to which my sister shook her head in defiance. Emily, we can't stay. We have to keep moving. I can't, she responded. Emily, listen to me. If we don't get that address, everyone is going to die. Do you understand me? I affirmed. Emily finally relented and agreed to keep pressing on with me. And the two of us made a long hike to Topeka. After what seemed like hours, we made it, but the side of the city was truly nothing to celebrate. Topeka had clearly been hit hard by the fourth curse. Left and right bodies dangled from the streetlights. Burned victims littered in the streets, as did those who obviously died from falling. Meanwhile, surrounding them, loved ones mourned those they had lost. National Guardsmen could be seen cutting people down off streetlights and clearing the bodies out of the streets. Emily and I were almost afraid to walk through the city, but somehow found the strength to push through. Excuse me, I stopped a soldier passing through. We're looking for 1743 Oak Drive. Our cousin lives there and we want to make sure he's alright. Oak Drive? That's all the way on the other side of the city, on the very outskirts, the soldier said. I can give you a lift there if you'd like. We obliged, and the soldier took us onto his jeep, which we rode through the nightmare. It seemed like half the city was dead by one means or another. And their relatives' expressions of grief were unbearable to see. After a while, I just tried to avoid looking at the streets. I'd seen enough death and sadness for one day. Never seen anything like this before, the soldier remarked. Mass sewer slides springing up all over the dang world in literally a few hours. Don't know what caused something like that. At first we thought it was some kind of behavior altering virus, but this just happened to spread too quickly. It almost seems like it hit everywhere in the world at the same time. This is definitely a weird one. As an understatement, eventually we exited Topeka and drove until the jeep came to stop in front of a small dirt road with a rusty street sign in front of the red Oak Drive. Well, here we are, the soldier said. I hope you guys find this cousin of yours. We thanked the soldier and got out, then started walking down the long dirt road. Oak Drive didn't have much to it. Just a few rusted trailers that looked like they hadn't been inhabited for years. The only life we saw on the road was a sluggish-looking Rottweiler laying on the porch of a small shack, while an equally sluggish-looking old man dozed in a rocking chair. The two of us walked for some time until finally we saw the mailbox with 1743 on it. The adjacent house was a white mobile home with a silver Prius parked outside of it. Oh no, he's already there. There was a large satellite dish around back, which appeared to have been recently installed. Wait here, I shouldn't be long. I ordered Emily as I made my way upstairs. I knocked on the door, no answer. Then I rang the doorbell. Again, to no response. Finally, I tried to turn the doorknob, but the door was locked. Coming back down of the office steps, I grabbed the garden gnome at the foot of the stairs and approached the left-hand window. Using the gnome, I busted the glass, reached my hand to undo the latch, and opened the window. Climbing into the dark interior, I pulled out my cell phone and shone its flashlight around the living room, which looked abandoned. Every piece of furniture was once covered in fine layer of dust, and all the carpet decorated with empty beer cans, the remnants of food, and the occasional dead mouse. Spider webs were strewn along the walls, some still supporting their eight-legged craftsmen. This place looked like it hadn't seen life for quite a while. It didn't take me long, though, to find where I needed to go. Above the main hallway was Skyrim's signature dragon symbol, drawn in something red I was hoping was permanent marker. Going down the hallway, I saw on either side of the walls all the symbols of the protagonist in the story saw the Black Book, each signifying his fate. The Thieves' Guild emblem, the beggar, the burning house, and the broken heart. Finally, I came to a closed door at the end of the hallway, which bore another symbol, but this one was very large. A cloaked figure holding a scythe. It was a symbol of death. I reached down and slowly turned the knob, then very cautiously pushed the door open. It revealed a large room with several televisions, monitors, and on the wall. In the center was a desk with a laptop and two computer monitors resting upon it. All of them were linked to a large blinking server in the back of the room. It was clearly where the videos were coming from, and how they were being spread through the internet and satellites. As I stepped inside, the laptop and all of the monitors suddenly clicked on, and an image appeared upon them. I instantly looked, and what I saw filled me with horror. It was a note that delivered the fifth curse, the loss of life. I attempted to look away, but the image was everywhere. I closed my eyes, but it was too late. I had already seen it. The words upon the note burned in my mind like a hot coal. Life is fleeting, and before we know it, it will be plucked suddenly from us. Truly, the one thing no one man can escape is the cold touch of death. Filled with terror, I fell to my knees and shook my head in denial. How could I have come so far and let myself fail so easily? Then I heard a voice to my left. I'm becoming half asleep. Sorry if I start typing gibberish. Oh, no worries. We're almost done. This is probably going to be the last story. And we can all go to sleep. It's about time, the voice uttered in the sullen tone. I knew someone will come sooner or later. Out of the shadows stepped Jeff Crumb. Looking worse for the wear, his clothes were torn to shreds. His glasses were missing a lens. He had a crazed look in his eyes, and his face was caked in dirt, as if he didn't bathe it for some time. He was definitely a sight for the sore eyes, though the one thing that worried me the most was the pistol tucked in his jeans. "Who are you?" Crumb demanded. I told him my name and asked, "What is all this? This is the end," Crumb responded. "Of you, of me, of everyone. What are you talking about?" "This planet is sick," Crumb said, "and mankind is the disease that's killing it. Whether pollution or littering, and squandering of natural resources. But this manner, oh yes, this manner is the cure. Finally, Earth will be rightfully returned to the hands of the Mother Nature where it belongs." "So you knew all along, and that Husford trap was a cursed real?" I accused, outraged. "You knew what you were doing, all these people?" "Of course I knew. I've known for some time about things like this," Crumb said. "See, spirits and deities have been hiding cursed messages in arts since the beginning of time. Starting with the cave drawings, then moved to stone tablets, then books, then movies. I knew it was only a matter of time before one may jump into video games. That's why I started the stupid Egg Beaters show, so I could try to weed out one of those messages and use it to finally cleanse the earth of parasitic species. At first, all I found were dumb inside jokes and weird random crap left by developers, but then I started hearing about this Husford Tarp Manor, and I knew I had found a pot of gold." "You son of a bitch," I said, my rage overflowing. "My parents are dead because of you." "Don't worry," Crumb replied. "You'll see them again soon. But now both of us will bear the witness of the greatest mass extinction since that of the dinosaurs. The extinction of men." He turned the laptop and began clacking at the keys. The monitors around the room showed that he was attaching the cursed note to a file and uploading it to what it looked like every web page on the internet. He pressed enter, and the file began to upload. "No," I shouted, rushing forward to Crumb stopped me in my tracks by drawing his pistol aiming at my face. "Stay back," he ordered. "After all the trouble I've gone through, I'm not gonna let it fall to crap now." Suddenly the monitors on the other side of the laptop began to flicker and hiss in static, startling Crumb. Then Josephine's face appeared on the screens and she let out an ear-splitting scream. The glass on the monitors shattered and blew outwards, sending shards flying to Crumb's body and knocking him off his feet. "Hurry, the laptop," I heard Josephine's voice say in my hand. I ran for the computer, but not before I was almost knocked over myself by a violent trembling. The entire house shook back and forth and sounded like the train was rumbling by outside. Finally, the roof of the mobile home tore off, and I flew into the air. The rest of the house slowly followed suit. We were at the middle of the cyclone. "You're too late," Crumb shouted, lifting his head up. "Our fates are sealed, along with the rest of humanity." I pushed forward, inching towards the laptop against the violent winds, and shielding my head from flying debris with my arms momentarily peeking out. I saw that the email uploaded was now at 35%. Then, before I had the time to react, I was knocked to the ground by a wooden nightstand that flew right at my body. At the wood shattered as I hit my arm, sending splinters deep into it. The sting of the impact blurred my vision and almost caused me to lose consciousness. As my vision returned and I sat up, I was just in time to catch Crumb crawling towards me. He grabbed me by the throat and forced me back to the ground. Even though his blooded face I couldn't see a look of pure insanity in his eyes. Clutching Crumb's face was a shard of broken glass, which was clearly cutting into his hand. He raised the shard into the air and went to bring it down on me. Gritting his teeth as he did so, acting fast, I grabbed hold of the piece sticking out of his shoulder and twisted it as hard as I could. Crumb yelled in agony and fell backwards, giving me time to scramble to my feet and head for the computer, which was now 85% finish. I had to hurry. Finally reaching the laptop, I hammered the cancel send button, which prompted the username and password. I tried to shut off the computer next, but got the same prompt. This computer was locked down, tagged with security. I finally decided that the only thing was to destroy the laptop, picking it up and raise the computer above my head, prepared to slam it down to the desk. But something caught my eye. Through the winds, I could make out a large shadowy profile looking in my direction. Its glowing yellow eyes piercing to the gust like the brights of a car. It was Uhildeg. He was angry. The entity opened its mouth, revealing how this went from Skyrim to the Eldritch Horror Cthulhu. This is starting to sound like the Avengers, like we're like fighting Thanos who wants to wipe out humanity or something. Like I don't know what happened here. I think he went a little too ham. The entity opened its mouth, revealing rows of razors, sharp teeth, and then lunged at me faster than any natural thing could. Instinctively, I shielded my face with the laptop, just as held it struck. The force of the attack tore the computer in half and knocked me hard into my back. Looking up, I saw Held flying away, carrying a strolling Josephine over his shoulder. As the tornado continued to rip through the house apart, I crawled towards the piece of the intact wall and leaned against it. Looking to my left, I saw Crumb glaring up at me with a look of rage and contempt before the floor below him was ripped away, and he was gone. So O'Helder just came for Josephine. He doesn't really care about anyone else, I guess. I sat back and let out a heavy exhale, knowing full and well my time was also upon me. Yet my thoughts were not upon me in that moment, but about Emily. She lost the house, mom and dad, and now me. What will happen to her in the future? Where would she go? Just as I was thinking this, I noticed my sister to the cyclone, crouching in a nearby ditch. Her eyes and mine met for a brief second before a chunk of roof flew towards me, and I saw no more. I gave my life to the humankind could live. During the years that followed, I silently observed their progress. Humanity could recover and thrive again, but will never be the same as it was before. I've made sure to keep close eye on Emily, though. All this she's come a long way by helping others recover from the disaster, starting a charity organization for those who'd lost everything, and even finding love in the process. She's grown into a woman I'm proud to call my sister. As for Josephine, I can't say what's become of her. I'd like to think that she escaped Heldig's clutches once. She can do it again, though realistically I don't think he's stupid enough to let that happen. Now every once in a while, I can almost swear I see her out of the corner of my eye, but every time I turn the look, she's gone. What, she fell in love with him or something? Humanity dodged the bullet this time, but we all must be more careful in the future. That is why I'm here now, guiding Emily's hands as she types this. My message must be heard. Heldig is still out there, and it is known that what he is in store for the human race. He may return to Husfortarp Manor, or he may plan a completely new curse entirely. This is why if you happen upon anything strange or out of the ordinary while playing the newest video games, approach it with caution. It may just be harmless Easter egg, and if so, enjoy it. However, if you notice anything peculiar in your real life shortly after its discovery, leave the thing alone. The message must be out there to show that Heldig will never again pose a great of threat to mankind. The world never needed again see anything like Skyrim's secret. What a weird story, bro. Like this... He's a good writer, but I think he went a little too outside of his zone with this one. Oh well. Interesting. What do the comments say? The plot twist at the end is amazing. Could you think of a story with more crap put into it? I mean, it's not like it's some weird sick Japanese game that is like haunted. It's Skyrim. If you are writing a creepypasta, make it realistic. Okay. Alright, purple chef head. Alright, this was all well written and clearly edited a lot. Much effort was obviously put into it. I admire. However, this is a generic action movie, not anything close to her. Yeah, that's what it... Yeah, he kind of went out of his way. You lost me at the end when Crump pulled that humankind is scourge of the land move. I'm sorry, but it's practically the most cliche thing in existence. This was such a good story, though. Like, at the beginning, like, the first half. The whole YouTuber thing. Unearthing it and things like that. Like, that was... I completely thought this was gonna go a totally different way. The whole Avengers and like I don't know if this writer knows, but soldiers don't drive jeeps anymore. They haven't for like the past like 60 years. they don't drive jeeps anymore. I don't know what he was talking about there, but okay. They drive Humvees and other things. Will Fukustar horror story go crazy? Should I write then? Should I write a creepypasta? I don't know how to write. I took a class. I've never, bro. Anyways, it was really good. The only fault was it was too action movie. Yeah, that's a huge problem. Not even close to as good as the first one. The first one had a small touch of realism. You could actually imagine this happening to somebody. You could imagine as a true story. This one seriously sacrifices to the evil cults. Ohelde, the god of misery and strife. Narrator teleports to Skyrim. Yeah, this all went all over the place. I almost feel like it wasn't even the same writer. Like maybe it was just like... They just put the same name so people will believe it. But it didn't feel right. This was terrible, lol. The story about the star who consumed luck. The anti-fortune star. Okay, guys. Well, that was interesting. Interesting. That was interesting, wasn't it? But I think we've come to the end of the stream. Well. What do you guys think about those stories? The first one was really good, though, the Skyrim one. But yeah, that last one really lost me. I know it's like a different type of stream. A lot of people don't really like, listening to this kind of stories. But it's also kind of late over here, so... Went from oh my god to Bomboclat. Me bomba. Yeah, very interesting. I was trying to see if there was a Heldic. But I don't see any Heldic Wikipedia or anything like that. I think he just made it up, I guess. Okay, guys. Well, that's gonna be it. Thank you so much for everyone who came. Thank you so much, Khalif. I really appreciate you hanging out. It's really nice seeing you around. And thank you so much, lurkers. Thank you so much, Simply and Allison, if you're still there. Thank you so much. I'm still working on the Halloween special. So we are gonna have it. We're gonna have it on Halloween. So probably around the same time that this stream started, more or less. So I may or may not stream tomorrow and Halloween. So I'm still working on the video and it's coming out really, really good. I'm really, really enjoying. I'm actually like spending so much time watching it because it's coming out so good. So I'm very excited to show it to you guys. But I am still working on it and I need as much time as I can. The Junker will be there. Yes, I'm very, very excited. It's looking really good. So I hope everyone can make it and watch it. It won't be very long. You know, typically we make it like around 7 to 8 minutes long. So it won't be very long. So make sure to be there on time. I'll try to finish it as soon as I can so I can post it as soon as I can. But I am still working on it. Unfortunately, I fell ill last week. And it kind of just made everything very, very slow for me. So hoping I can finish it tomorrow or the day after. And we'll see. We'll see. If I finish it earlier than expected, then I'll stream tomorrow. If not, then I'll see you guys on Friday. I definitely will if I wake up early. I'll try to make it in a time where like Asia time zone is more comfortable. So I'll probably make it around like 10 p.m. EST or something like that, because it's Friday, so people are gonna be awake around that time here in the States. So 10 p.m. EST or so is gonna be like tomorrow's Friday for you guys. For you is Friday. For us, not yet. Well, yeah, tomorrow's Friday, but you know what I'm trying to say. You see the time right there. That's my time right now. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Okay. Anyways, I'll see you guys soon, okay? Take care. Have a good night. See you guys soon, okay? Bye-bye.